got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We're back at it once again. We've got our top 8 players from a time-limited event qualifiers. Who's going to take it? It's anyone's guess as we head into the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt Legends Unite Open Finals.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Hello everyone and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt Legends Unite Open Finals. We've got the cream of the crop in the EU&MENA region, and we're going to find out who's going to be battling for the top and be crowned champion once again. I am Lethal. Joining me is D-Man, as always, my duo in the Asphalt world. It's been together for an extremely long time, haven't we? And we're back at it once again. How you doing, Lee? Looking fresh as always.
I'm not sure. I'll take the compliment, that's for sure. I'm not sure fresh is the word I'd use, but yeah. I mean, for me, it's great. We've been obviously bouncing around in the stage of Asphalt throughout many iterations of the game. The fact that we are here with Unite, you know, the cross-play is the thing. It's something we dreamed about for a long time. We saw it at Gamescom. I'm interested to see how it carries on here.
Yeah, see how it goes. Quest to see cross-platform. The community's been wanting it for a very long time, and it's finally here. We finally got it. And just to let you guys know, at home to follow our socials at ESL Mobile and ESL_Mobile on Instagram. Do not forget about that. And if you want to take part and also join our Discord server for more info, only at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. So if you want to find out what's going on with this event or any other titles, make sure you head there, and that will be your starting point to get into the qualifiers. More information if you head over to that Discord. But no, Livano, let's go into the formats to find out how these players are going to be competing today. We know that they've been going through those time-limited event qualifiers, and as you can see here, the top 4 came through the first set of qualifiers, and our next set of 4 came through the second set of qualifiers. They'll be now in a double elimination bracket with the top 8 players, and it will be a best of 3 in every single match, apart from the grand finals, which will be a best of 5, and the player which comes from the upper bracket will have that 1 track advantage, and that advantageous position to having that 1 track has been very important in some of these events.
Yeah, if you think of previous events, it's kind of carried through. I think mainly back to like a Jagermaster event on the Android side, where it really sort of played out for him well. So as you can see, a lot of money up for grabs here because it's crossplay. We're not splitting the budget anymore. It's brilliant.
Yeah, honestly, it's fantastic. $2,000 to be the top dog here, followed by the $1,200. It meant $800. And no matter what, everyone who has qualified here, all 8 players will go home with something. So can't leave them with nothing after all those qualifying attempts, of course. So be very curious to see who's going to be up on the upper echelon, to see who's going to be able to take the top spot. But let's find out the players who are going to be competing today in our bracket. We've already mentioned before, it's double eliminations, best of 3, in apart from the grand final, which would be a best of 5. And we're going to be finding out. And I'm sure a lot of viewers here at home, especially us, D-Man, there's going to be some familiar faces. We've got, the Future Flash, who just came off that epic win at Gamescom back in July. We've got Alex, who's made a return, Suchti and Jagermaster, as well as Zahed. But we've also got a few unknown faces looking to make an impact.
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of excited about. Obviously, it's all well and good, Future Flash pretty much been the dominant champion for the last 2 years. It'd be nice to see someone rise up and sort of put a challenge in there. Whether Alpha's going to be the case in the first upper bracket, we don't know. Obviously, Zahed in there, we've seen sort of challenging before in previous Snapdragons. Actually did pretty well, if I remember rightly. I remember Future Flash was pushed in one of those. But yeah, lots of matches tonight, as you can see here, Harry. We're gonna have a busy one.
We certainly will do indeed. It's not, just let everyone know at home, it's not like previous events where we had separate platforms with the iOS and the Android. Everyone's combined into one here. So this is what's going to make it so incredible. With cross-platform now being available with Asphalt Legends Unite, everyone can face everyone, and we can really find the true champion here going into the open finals. This is the first actually one here for Snapdragon Pro Series, and let's see how it's going to continue forward. But you're right though, we do have Future Flash coming up first. It goes out for later on in our first match, and then we'll follow suit with the lower bracket matches leading to the grand finals to see who is going to be at the tippity top of the mountain and take that $2,000 all to play for here.
Yeah, best of 5 finals as well, as you mentioned. I don't know if we've ever gone the full distance, obviously with that map advantage, but there has been a few tested. I would say more on the Android side, but now that this is, cross-platform, we already saw it at Gamescom. The fact that, I would say almost the free wins sometimes on the Android side, you're not going to get anymore. But speaking of free codes, free things, Harry, we got codes dropping all night.
We certainly do. Every hour, or roughly every hour, we're going to have a code dropped for you guys at home to redeem on Asphalt Legends Unite. So if you ever see a code pop on the screen to get some free swag, which I'm sure a lot of you are going to be after here, especially in chat, then make sure to keep an eye down below throughout the entire course of the broadcast, and you can get yourself not just one swag, quite a bit, depending on how many codes you follow through. So make sure you keep your eyes peeled for what's coming up. But speaking of what's coming up here, D-Man, we've got our first match of the day, which will give us a bit of an indicator of how these players are feeling throughout this tournament. It's going to be Future Flash versus Alpha, and this is obviously, I think a lot of people will probably rightly assume that Future Flash is going to be one of the heavy favourites coming into the competition, especially in this region. And Alpha is going to be here to play, to make an impact. He doesn't really have too much pressure on him, and obviously the pressure is going to be onto Future Flash, but Alpha, he wants to make a name for himself here.
Yeah, and just to look at the tracks that we've got coming up, it is going to be Buenos Aires to start things off. Stadium Lab over to Cairo Nile River, and then the big wide track of Shanghai Pudong Rise. So it'd be interesting to see whether we do make it all 3 maps. I kind of foresee a 2-0 here. Obviously, this is number 1 seed versus number 8 seed coming into this one. So obviously, Future Flash, as we pointed out, not only has he kind of won everything throughout 2023, 2024, he also really didn't drop many tracks in that period up until Gamescom recently, which is where he was really tested.
I kind of feel like with Future Flash, the only way you can really grind his gears, so to speak, is to really knock
him at the start
at the very beginning. Exactly, that and the very first series, because he gets better and better as the tournament drags on. But here we go, we can start things off straight away. Future Flash with an early lead here with a double nitro, and Alpha doing the exact same thing directly behind him, both now using that shockwave to get around this next corner.
Yeah, and as we should point out, obviously it is head-to-head. Obviously they came through in a time-limited setup, so very different type of racing styles. Obviously it's all well and good knowing the exact perfect lines, but can you do it when there is an opposition that is looking to chest you throughout there? And Future Flash, he is absolutely blazing away. The cars, if you're unsure, it is the W Motors Fenir Super Sport. We're going to be mixing between the two, actually, the two Fenirs, Fenir and the Lycan from W Motors, so 2 absolute supercars, or well, I should say a supercar and a hypercar. Technically, Alpha with a crash there, though, should secure things. Even in lap 1 for Future Flash, that's kind of, I don't expect to see him making too many errors here.
No, I don't think he will at all. I think even without that crash, well, it was like 3-4 seconds ahead, something ridiculous, and just shows how perfect his lines have been and how much better his nitro management has been throughout this entire lap. So I feel it's safe to say Future Flash is definitely feeling it going into today's tournament.
Yeah, and I think obviously we talk about those dominance, but I think a big part of that dominance has been the consistency that he's always given. It doesn't matter if he's miles ahead, whether he's in a close race, he will always perform at his best. He won't get cocky, he won't do any flashy stuff, ironically, to go with his name of Future Flash. He won't get a little cocksure of himself. It would be more about just doing the job, getting on with it, get the race finished, and over the line goes Alpha. Of course, Future Flash picking up a dominant first race.
Nearly 12 seconds. That's a statement in itself for him, and that's what impresses me with Future Flash every single time without fail. His consistency, well, high level of consistency across the boards here in the esports scene for Asphalt. And as you can see here, even from the very get-go, Future Flash probably had a tiny bit of competition during the first 10 seconds and absolutely ran away with it. Just incredible lines throughout the entire course of this track. And Alpha will have to really dig deep or just hope for some fatal errors coming up from Future Flash. But I kind of feel like with Future Flash, he's been becoming more and more confident as each event goes by. Normally, when they get to the highest pedestal in terms of the esports scene, with the numerous championships he's got underneath his wing, eventually he would, drop off or have a slight downtrend. There's been no downtrends here, Demon. He's been just on the up and up, and he's just stayed up there for the entirety over the last 12 to 24 months.
Do you reckon he pops a quick race in between his cooldown period at the gym? It's like just a rack of weights, and then he's just like, oh, well, I got like 90 seconds to kill. Let's have a quick race.
You know what? I probably wouldn't mind doing that either, actually. I probably would do the same thing. It's not bad in terms of his practice regime. That would really show some dedication to the game. Like, that wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
He's got his time. He's got his time in there. So we're going to move on. It's going to be Cairo Nile River next up for them. And, we've talked about this so many times. Like, how do you stop Future Flash? Well, I would say the best chance you always have is at the start of the race, because that's really the only time you level with him. If you let him get away, like we did just saw there on Buenos Aires, he can be gone. He can be absolutely gone. And then obviously you're literally throwing out the kitchen sink to try and catch up with him, trying all sorts of, risky maneuvers, which obviously is where generally is going to cost you, and probably cost you the race overall. So he's a tough competitor. Like, if you were to look at the qualification times, even on the time limited event that happened just to get in here, he was it was close to be fair to Jagermaster, but outside of those two, he was kind of a long way ahead in the time limited trials. So he's fast. He's absolutely fast. He knows his lines. He knows the tracks. Maybe there's a track out there that could trip him up. As you mentioned, he did have a tough time in the finals at Gamescom, so he's not invincible. It's safe to say he got tested. So yeah, but I mean, if you think to the live events that we had, obviously in Barcelona as well, he was an absolute monster earlier it was right at the start of the year, right? Like March time, February, March time, somewhere around there. So, but yeah, he's been absolutely dominant throughout. So we know that Jagermeister can test him. I'm hoping to see something else from Alpha in this next race. Perhaps off the line, perhaps something to be throw him off his game, maybe. Let's see.
Yeah, we'll find out. It always depends on the start positions, but also depends on the foul play which Alpha could create in order to...
Foul play? Robin is racing.
Okay, dirty play.
Don't give me that. Don't give me that.
It's going to have... If it was me, I would in his shoes, considering the opportunities he needs to try and create, because it's going to be a tough ask to use that double nitro as it goes up. But still, Future Flash with that shockwave and time those shockwaves perfectly as Alpha's actually falling behind in terms of the nitro there, but managed to overtake, which is going to be huge now from Future Flash.
Different routes here. Future Flash going the more direct route. It has just edged him ahead there. Alpha going for the safer option, if anything. We'll see whether it pays off towards the end here. Obviously, the fact is, risky maneuvers or not, Future Flash had it in the bag, and it's given him the overtake that he needed on the first lap. We can see whether he maybe tries to risk it on the second lap now that he's got an advantage. Maybe he'll play for that safer line, but a great start in the end. Alpha, he did the business off the line, but the pressure of having a multiple-time champion directly breathing down your neck. Alpha's clearly got to Alpha there and is just not quite timing his shockwaves at the moment as they go over the line for that second lap. And for me, Alpha's going to have to throw out absolutely everything, because we're seeing he's just not on the boost at the moment, not hitting the same timings that Future Flash is. Man, he's just driving perfect, isn't he?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. He needs to take some huge risks to even close the gap. But the gap, I think, even at this point, if Future Flash even crashed in some way, he's going to be fine. He'll be okay. He's pretty safe. But right now, Future Flash, you saw in that first lap, he just gained so much more nitro with all the aerials and the 360 he was doing, but also managing his nitro perfectly with the shockwaves. He was using up some of the jumps where Alpha's actually prioritising it in other ways, which actually wasn't as beneficial for him. And Nitro Flash, Nitro Flash, might as well call him Nitro Flash. Future Flash is now going to be getting towards the finish line very shortly. And my goodness, what a statement he's made in this first series in the upper bracket. And remember, Future Flash could potentially face against Alex later on in the upper bracket semi-final. Is now Future Flash just finishing things up here as he heads to the finish line. Commiserations to Alpha, but we will see him again later on in the first lower bracket, winning by just under 2.5 seconds. Not too shabby indeed.
Absolute solid performance in the Lycan there, the Hypersport this time around. Faster than Furious, Future Flash right there. It's exactly what he is. And it was a good start from Alpha, as you can see here. Obviously, he did manage to edge the lead, and Future Flash just bided his time. Played it safe, sat behind him, no panic, plenty of time, long laps, so a lot of time to work with it. And it was here, cuts through the pyramid, and in the end just bought him the advantage he needed and then never looked back.
Yeah, Alpha knew with the start he had, he can refrain him from going over that first jump up around the 7 to 10 second mark. And the problem afterwards was Future Flash just had much better nitro management. He decided to prioritise a shockwave and used the break nitro trick to go up the next couple of jumps just to save as much nitro as possible, where Alpha was more favouring the double nitro but wasn't managing it as well, which is why Future Flash was able to secure that lead quite comfortably and then play it quite safe and secure for the remainder of that lap, which is, as you should, considering you are at least a couple of seconds ahead. So well played from Future Flash. Didn't seem nervous or didn't really seem any fatal flaws from him at all. So I think everyone on the EU and MENA region probably still realised, but yeah, still the heavy favourite, and it looks like we haven't seen any errors coming from him yet.
No, he looks like he's kept his practice regime, and that's really what it's all about. You could easily get a little overconfident with yourself, maybe, especially the amount that he's won over the last 2 years, that he could just be like lax off the practice a little bit. But clearly, obviously, came through as the #1 seed in the qualifying as well. So puts himself in a solid position already through to the next round, as you can see, up against Alex or Zahed in the next heat. Just to remind you, if you missed the start of the show, we're going to be sticking through upper bracket all the way through to the grand finals, and then we'll drop down to the lower bracket matches. So you're not going to miss anything. We cover absolutely everything throughout the night here.
So we could see potentially RPM Alex against Future Flash if he takes down Zahed, the old rivals in the iOS side. And we've got Suchti and Jagermaster on the other end of the bracket with the Android rivalry. But with these unknown players looking to make a big impact into the scene, can they be able to disrupt that? That's what we're certainly hoping for.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, obviously, RPM Alex, we should talk about him. He's been around as long as we have.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, if not longer, I would say, if anything. Yeah, he has been there, done that, and been in finals, been testing. But, and I hate to say it, I hate to say it. We say it every single time. he's never won when we've been here. He's been second, he's been in finals, and every single time he's always the bridesmaid.
Every single time. What's even more crazy, but you guys at home can win an $100 gift card by taking our survey at esl.gg/survey. All you need to do, quick survey, a few minutes, and then you're in for a chance to win that $100 gift card. So if you want a chance to win that, but don't forget we do have our code throughout the broadcast, so make sure you stay tuned for every single moment which is happening throughout this tournament. But we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we will have our second series of the day between RPM Alex and Zahed, so don't go anywhere.
My crew, yeah, we're lawless. Got the man, them thinking that we're flawless. Yeah, mama told you that I'm gorgeous. Got a million tricks, can't deport us. I'm a flame in the star, call me gassed. Back foot slidey, I'm slick to the mass. Calling to the tribe, it's a revolution past. Present in time, no, we can't be masked. So you better rise up, collapse up, shout out loud. Down before the time's up, so we better rise up, collapse up, shout out loud. Down before the time's up. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tom beater. If you want beef, then I tom. 789, that's procedure. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tom beater. If you want beef, then I tom.
And we're back with a Snapdragon Pro series here for Asphalt Unite Legends. With me, D-Man as always, and it could be a slightly more closer affair going into this second series of the day between RPM Alex and Zahed. And you spoke some good things about Zahed previously.
Yeah, I mean, Zahed obviously has been challenging before. Obviously, he's coming through on the Android side and Alex on the iOS side. So it is another cross-play event from between these two. But Zahed actually qualified in the first TLE over on, I think it was Scotland, wasn't it, the first track, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Scotland Path of the Wind. Whereas, obviously, Alex came through in the second wave. So actually is a lower seed than Zahed. Zahed's the number 4 seed and Alex is the number 5 seed. But, obviously... RPM Alex, he's been around as long as time in the asphalt landscape. I'd actually love to question him to see when exactly he started in asphalt, because he has been around for a very long time. Like, obviously, I'm thinking back to 2018 Gamescom when he was on stage competing there, and obviously probably before that. But the man is always second or third. Never got that big elusive first place. And obviously now with the likes of Future Flash on the scene, I would also put Jagermaster and Suchti in there as well. You know, there have also been champions. It's always been that sort of that one step extra that he needed to take. Well, now he's got Zahed in front of him. Zahed finished fourth, I think it was, back at Zenovo, I think it was. So which was, I want to say, sort of March, April time in 2024. Obviously, there's been a lot of Asphalt throughout the time. That would have been Asphalt 9 Legends as well, not on Unite as well, so before Unite sort of started up. But definitely coming into this one, I would say, despite the fact Alex is a lower seed, I would say he's the favorite, but just based on his pure history. But this is not going to be an easy race. Probably a 3-tracker, I would feel. Obviously starting off Cairo, just as we did in the previous race of the US Midwest. And then over to San Francisco City by the Bay. You know I love it. You know I love it. My favorite track. I hate to see it coming out so early, though. I'd rather see it in the final, but we'll see. We'll see whether it gets there at the moment.
That's true. I was going to say that's your grand finals dish, well served and prepared going into it, because we've actually finished off a few grand finals on City.
Some tough technical tracks, I want to say, by the way. You know, Canyon Launch is tricky as well. City by the Bay, that's a tricky one. I would say, if anything, the first track's probably the easiest, which one of you use as your banker, because, you know, both Canyon Launch and City by the Bay, you can make mistakes, like unforced errors, easily.
Yeah, City by the Bay, there's a lot more areas you can do and different paths you can take in order to try and close the gap if you do fall very far behind. And also at the same time, there's ways where you can at least close that gap overall, because it's very difficult when you've got a couple of second lead. It's very easy just to get into that comfortable position and play it safe. But even players like Future Flash will just never let up, because he knows full well what to expect from some of his opponents. But with Alex and Zahed, I don't expect any of them to play safe on City by the Bay. Maybe if they had the second lead potentially, but it's so easy to overtake your opponent or to cause a right kerfuffle on some of the portions, especially on the later stages of that lap. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But I really do hope it does go to a track 3, because I'll be very sad if this is the only small opportunity we might get to see City by the Bay.
I'm glad to see you're still bringing the very English right kerfuffle. I'm glad to see America hasn't rubbed off on you while you've been there. I love it.
Absolutely not. No, it hasn't rubbed off me at all in the slightest. Even if I was here for 10 years, I think I would use the same terminology.
I was kind of expecting you to come on saying like every third word, you know.
No.
That Californian lifestyle.
No, none of that at all. I've been saying hello, mate, to everyone still.
They get very confused by that.
Sticking to my guns. Yeah, they probably would be confused, actually. Yeah, you're not wrong there at all.
Yeah. To be fair, I get the same thing in Germany, obviously, when I say mate. They're like, why are you saying mate? Are you Australian? But
a few times.
Yeah. Well, not surprised. We're starting off with the Lycan, by the way. So if you're unsure, we're going to be using W Motors cars throughout tonight. It's going to be the Lycan and the Fenrir. We're starting out on the Lycan on the Cairo 1000 minarets, and here we go. Let's see. The start could be everything. They both want that left-hand channel, and not good out. Both get the jump. They will. Will he come down on top? No, he will not. It's going to be Zahed with the early lead.
Yeah, so he got a lot more air time, so it means he will get a little bit more nitro doing those barrel rolls. Both of them prioritizing that shockwave over that last jump as they get around this corner. But see, the Heat looking very good at the moment, and RPM Alex, you can see, just using that 360 to be able to use that initial shockwave over that previous ramp, and still both using that break nitro trick to keep hold of that shockwave going over this next jump. Good barrel rolls once again. Very clean race from both players, and you can see, I love that from Alex as well. Very risky to slide off that curb, but absolutely vital. But it's actually made a slight error there, which is going to cost him a bit of mileage.
Yeah, you saw him just put the smiley emote, knowing that he'd made that error, and it's given Zahed quite a sizable lead here. It wasn't a wipeout, but it was just a slight knock, and it's enough that Zahed managed to boost himself, holding onto that shockwave. Both of them fall out straight, and away they go. But this one now is Zahed's to lose, I feel. He's got himself that big advantage as they edge towards the second lap.
And they've done exactly that. Zahed now going to the initial jump, using that double nitro for the durability to stay on course whilst he gets a little bit of speed in the process. And you can see Alex is still quite far behind, about a second and a half to 2 seconds, I feel. Actually, it's actually closed the gap by about a second now. And Alex, he really could, I think he's going to have to literally, as he goes out to the jump over the bridge, he will have to try and knock onto that curb. So if he doesn't, I think that's going to be his only way to then overtake Zahed.
Maximum usage of the boost there, though, and it is catching in the time. There's going to be the jump. Now, can he get the launch? The problem is, I feel that does take over, and he has. He needed to land on top because he's going to kind of be low on boost now, whereas Zahed should have everything banked up, and it isn't. And Alex with a beautiful overtake, challenging it, but it's not over yet. You can see Zahed, he's going to have a bit more of a boost as he hits the shockwave just that little bit earlier. Didn't quite catch Alex out. He's going to be right on his bumper as they approach the finish line.
Oh, it's going to be so close. Use that double nitro to get around the corner with the perfect and the 360 to try and add a little bit more nitro as he can try and overtake him. But it looks like Alex is going to be able to take it on this first track in this best of 3. Look at that. 0.267. That is absolutely crazy, the difference between the two. And you could see the difference of how Alex was able to finally overtake Zahed towards the end. He was able to just manage to get over that curve, as I spoke about earlier, get under the bridge, and then go over the initial jump in order to get more nitro to overtake. It was a huge risk, but in the end of the day, if he went the same route, Zahed was certainly not going to be able to be taken over, and he would solidified his first place spot or the first game in this best of 3.
This is where he put the work in. It's just going up and down, hitting every boost. There's the overtake as he comes down, manages to just about misses from bumper. That could have been a wipeout for Zahed if it had caught him, but as it was, kind of maybe caught Zahed napping a little bit, I feel, on that second lap, and a huge comeback from RPM Alex. That's what you love to see. We knew this was going to be tight between the two drivers. They are very evenly matched. They've come up against each other multiple times, and this time Alex comes out on top. And as I mentioned, that's, I would say, almost, I don't want to say the banker track, but it's definitely the easiest in terms of technicality moving into the next track, which is going to be US Midwest Canyon Launch, which is can be a tricky track. It has that risky area, that risky section that you kind of want to take it because you know your opponent's almost certainly going to go for it, but it's so risky that you could wipe out. So this could be an interesting one. You want to get yourself a lead, you want to get yourself that buffer, not have to go for the riskier routes, try and play it safe.
So it was a little bit worrying for Zahed because he actually had the advantage on that first track. He was able to have because he was more on the closer to the inside lane towards the first jump. It means that, of course, Alex is not getting as much airtime, so there's going to be a nitro disadvantage. But the changing factor was absolutely when Alex managed to get over the curb to go underneath the bridge to have a jump in order to gain so much nitro, way more than what Zahed would have going over the top, which means that he was going to overtake clearly and efficiently. So well played there from Alex to really start on that disadvantage and still come out on top, which is why for Zahed, I kind of feel like, it's going to be, a little bit flaky for him. It's going to, I wouldn't say it's going to annoy him, but it's going to definitely demoralize him to a degree where we had the advantage in that first track, and now he's got to go into a second track to potentially Alex's advantage and see if we can create a reverse sweep. Certainly can do. We've definitely seen it time and time again, and it wouldn't be surprising me if we saw it again going out from Zahed, as he's a phenomenal player, really taking Alex to the limit.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. That's the sort of racing we want to see throughout. Of course, whoever comes out on top of this has got to face off against the future Flash, but it is a start that we were expecting, bumper to bumper. Zahed is the one that loses out. He did start on the left-hand side, so it gives kind of Alex that big advantage. Oh, a risky low barrel roll there. And so really early risks being taken by Alex, and Zahed wipes out. I was talking about this is a track where you have to take risks, and that risk has not paid off for Zahed, and that's giving Alex now. Alex will have realized this. He knows he's not under pressure, so suddenly he can start to play it a little bit safer. We'll see how Zahed handles this. He's going to have to go for every risky maneuver on the track.
Funny enough, that particular jump, I sometimes flake it in the odd occasion. And I was thinking to myself, are they going to flake it as well? And they both did. The only difference was Alex was able to stand his ground.
Yeah.
And if Zahed actually managed to make that jump, we could be seeing the polar opposite of what we're witnessing now, as Alex is now just going to be zooming away, and he's at least 4 or 5 seconds ahead, even after that initial fall. And we're going to have to see what Zahed can do now. He's got still plenty of risks in order to try and close the gap. But for Alex to, flutter in some way or create an unforced error, it's going to be pretty highly unlikely. He can play this safe and secure and shouldn't have too much of an issue. But you saw Alex at the very beginning as well, actually getting the barrel roll on that straight jump to give him a slight nitro advantage.
Yeah, that was really but it was so risky because he was at such low speed, so it was a very risky one. You see Zahed just clipping the wall there, does manage to escape the wreck by doing a spin, but it's pretty much all over this one. Alex will proceed through unless there's anything disastrous happens in the next 30 seconds. He'll be up against Future Flash in the next round. That'll be a tough one regardless, but Alex will be happy to bank a 2-0 here.
Well, I can tell you what, if Alex versus Future Flash was ever on my bingo card, I would get it every single time in every tournament, because that's exactly what we get. It doesn't matter if it's iOS or now into cross-platform in Asphalt Legends Unite. We're getting this matchup again and again, and let's be honest, we never get bored of it. We never get tired of it. Alex now looking to seal the deal very shortly in this best of 3. Of course, he already won track number 1 by 0.267 seconds, and he's going to be winning the second track, and with a bit of flair at the crash afterwards. That is going to be it. Commiserations to Zahed, but again, just like Alpha, we'll be seeing him later on in the lower brackets to see if he can create that Cinderella story and continue forward, which I'm sure we'll be seeing him in a few more series later on, winning by just over 7.5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, damage was done at the start. Zahed just kind of threw everything he did. Let's have a quick look at the start, though. You can see where real the problem is. That's where Alex got away with it. And you can see Zahed just tried his best to try and catch up. And that was just that low barrel roll, just a little too low. And in the end, he knew it straight away. And that was obviously the problem. Zahed, in the end, throw in just about everything he could to try and catch up. Alex cruising to victory.
And you saw Alex there as well. That same jump which they both fumbled on, Alex actually completely avoided it like the plague, D-Man.
Yeah.
And do you know what? I would as well. If I had a 4 or 5 second advantage, I would also be avoiding that exact same jump. It's funny as well, because I used to think to myself, I fumble that jump sometimes. How does everyone else do in that kind of high pressure situation? And I'm glad it's not just me, as I'm glad for Alex. Takes the series 2-0, but don't worry, if you are a Zahed fan, we'll be seeing him later on in the lower bracket. So don't you worry about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously it moves us on to the next round. But yeah, I mean, RPM Alex, it's great to see him still competing, still being as ever present throughout the Asphalt series, because he has been a staple diet in all competitions throughout the years and years and years. So great to see him get a good 2-0 going through there. I should point out that's, he was number 5 seed versus number 4 seed, so that was about as even as it gets in terms of seeding. But RPM Alex pulls it off once again. So moves us on, Harry, to what could be another close call, we think.
It certainly could be, yes, as we head into the bracket. Just to let you guys give you an update at home, if you're just joining us, where on earth have you been? But don't worry about it, you came just in the perfect time. We've only just begun, as our first 2 matches are already done and dusted. Future Flash versus RPM Alex will be your upper bracket semi-final matchup later on today. But we've still got Suchti versus Brain Not Found and Nemmy versus Jagermaster. And you can see there down below, Alpha versus Zahed. They'll be going at loggerheads later on. But as D-Man rightly said, we'll be focusing purely on just the upper bracket, and then we'll head into lowers later on this evening. But Suchti versus Brain Not Found should be an interesting one, which I'm sure we'll be discussing about later.
Yeah, and Suchti, he's had some tough races over the time, so it's good to see him still here, still competing. I'm interested to see what he brings.
Yep, certainly do indeed, as I believe we'll be going to a break very shortly. But when we do come back, it will be Suchti going at it against Brain Not Dead in that third series of the day. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few minutes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt Legends Unite Open Finals. I believe this is Season 6, and it's unbelievable how many... We've done countless seasons, countless of these events, but it's nice to be back with D-Man once again for another, as we head into the third series now between Suchti and Brain Not Dead. I think everyone knows about Suchti's track record and how well he's performed in the Android scene in the past. But on the other end of it, Brain Not Dead, he has fallen short in a lot of the qualifiers. He's made multiple top 10s in previous time-limited events in the qualifiers, but now this is his time to really shine and try and prove for what he's worth.
Yeah, and, you know, obviously we do talk about Suchti's achievements. It's been a while. It's been a while since he picked up a win. You know, the early Snapdragon Pro Series season, I think it was like 2, 3, 4, like early 2021 stuff, has always been there or thereabouts competing. Almost certainly always come up against, you know, some tough competition on the way, but hasn't had a win in a while. So it'd be good to see if he can return to his former glory. Brain Not Found, as you mentioned, a lot of top 10s in the qualifiers. Obviously, top 10 doesn't cut it. You have to be in the top 4 often on Android or iOS to get through to here. As you can see, the tracks into Greenland, Fire and Ice, Osaka. So that big curling bend, you got to go around in Osaka. It's kind of a sweeping track, and then Himalayas, frozen route. So tough one to finish, but Greenland's going to be the start. So interesting track list. I really like the variation of the track list, by the way. I think the admins have done a great job here so far. I'm happy. Yeah. I'm happy. They've done a great job, by the way. I want to give them a great job overall in the background, because I'm loving what they've given us in terms of information and everything that goes into this. But let's get things underway. We are starting off, of course, as I mentioned, they're in the W Motors. It is the Lycan to start things off here. Suchti with the early start gets himself a really good boost as well. Oh, and an error from Brain Not Found already. Trying to ride the rails and just about survives. Ooh. Doesn't get wrecked, but it's put him a long way behind.
Yeah, it's actually in all fairness, it's only half a second behind after all that. So even though he fumbled in terms of mileage, he managed to get a lot of nitro from all those jumps and all those 360s. But the original curb he actually bounced off was on purpose. But yeah, the other bit definitely wasn't on purpose. The mileage he was losing afterwards. But it's fine though. It hasn't cost him too much because of the amount of nitro he actually gained earlier. But Suchti is just running away with it at the moment with that shockwave now using that jump with the double nitro.
Yeah, Suchti went for that tricky upper track as well, which Brain Not Found chose to go lower, and that's cost him quite a lot of time. You can see just about captures a glimpse of the tailpipe of Suchti at the moment as he blasts ahead in this first lap. Looking very good here in the Lycan. Performing well, but Brain Not Found, a lot of work to do to try and catch up. You can see on the mini-map on the left-hand side just how much of a gap that is. You can see him just about in the distance there. He has gained ground over the last couple of curves there, though, so Suchti just playing it a little risky. Brain Not Found didn't go for that risky spin. Tries it this time around. Let's see. Gets away with it. Much cleaner this time, actually. And Suchti did the same, though. So the problem is, while he did very well, he didn't gain anything.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate there for Brain Not Found, as he does manage to get all that nitro at his fingertips, but with Suchti doing the exact same thing, if more, it's going to cause a few problems here for Brain Not Found, as now the gap has widened ever so slightly. Suchti just continuing use that double nitro for the durability to get around that last bend. Got the shockwave now for the straight and narrow passageway, and this is where he's going to look to try and finish off this first track in the third match of the day. Again, using that double nitro. Now he's going to be using the brake nitro into the perfect nitro here with the shockwave to follow suit. But look at this though, Brain Not Found is actually extremely close behind Suchti, but Suchti, will he be able to hold it?
Nothing to lose, got to go for it. Not too many corners left here. You can see the finish line just around the next bend, and it looks like Suchti just clipped the inside there. Brain Not Found, unfortunately, so it will be Suchti that will go over the line and take the first victory, but very tight towards the end there, considering, but the damage was done on very much the start straight, if anything, you know, by Brain Not Found, not quite collecting it all up at the start here.
Yeah, only lost by 0.633 seconds. And yeah, you can see that with the initial bounce, you can see this was a good clip just going into the 360s and continued on forward. But sadly for him, I don't know how on earth he didn't wreck, but you know what? He'll take that. And it makes you wonder what could have happened. But this is an extremely good indicator of what we could expect coming up from Brain Not Found. I'm not too sure how familiar Suchti is with Brain Not Found in terms of his performance in the scene. He knows that he's been involved in multiple qualifiers, but it probably isn't really too short in his experience in a dual format. But so far, he is looking pretty good, and Suchti's looking just that bit better. 228.365, and we'll have to see if it can continue that consistency going into the second track.
Yeah, Green and Fire and Ice in the bag for Suchti. Looking good to progress through. Osaka is the next track, so kind of I wouldn't say a wide, it's more of a winding, I think it's probably safer to say. It's all about your corner control coming into Osaka, and you have that big, obviously, it's a, I want to say a 270. It's not quite, it's a bit, I don't know, it's not going to be a 180, because 270 you'd be coming back on yourself.
Yeah, it's like beyond the U-turn. But I know what you mean.
I knew what I meant in my head. I knew what I meant in my head, at least. But look, guys, forget about me. Look below. What is there? It's there.
I can't claim it though.
No,
but you can.
No. There it is.
We can't claim it. We don't have time, but you guys certainly do. Make sure you pick up that code and go into Asphalt Legends Unite and redeem that code for some free swag. But honestly, that is not the only bits and pieces you'll be picking up in terms of codes. We've got plenty of codes going out throughout the entirety of the broadcast, so you cannot leave your seats. You can sometimes, but I wouldn't risk it. And I
want to point out, exclamation mark code doesn't work. It doesn't give you anything. It's not going to make it pop up on the screen. We've tried it ourselves. It doesn't work. It's just all on the producer. We just got to sit and wait and hope for him to say code coming up. That's what we're waiting for. So we'll keep you updated all the way through the matches tonight. So a lot of races, you know. Osaka, as I mentioned, it's a tough, twisty track. It's all about fluidity. It's the right word I want to use for this one. Keeping that sweeping bend control can be tricky at the start if you don't get your sort of rhythm going, as it were. Here we go though. Suchti and the white car. Brain Not Found already finds himself trailing the exhaust pipes of Suchti as they get themselves moving. And immediately, good start from Suchti, gets himself in the right. Oh no.
Not
I saw that Brain Not Found. Not what he wanted.
Yeah, not what he wanted at all. Suchti already had the advantage at the very beginning, but after that wreck, this could already cost Brain Not Found the series. But it can be a little bit of a doozy. A mishap could happen coming from Suchti, but it will probably be unlikely with the experience and the wealth of knowledge and prowess he has coming into the scene, as he's been around for a very long time. He knows exactly how this all works and knows how to seal the deal here. As now Suchti's going with the shockwave over this next jump. Very clean as always, as we expected from Suchti. But for Brain Not Found, he does have to take a huge amount of risks in order to maybe even have a chance, but it's going to be looking very unlikely.
Yeah, he's not even going for the spins on the jumps there, so he knows he's got this one very much under control, so just playing it as very much as safe as he can. Obviously, you know, these guys have been racing that much. They know some of the moves, it's what we consider is risky is safe to them. What we would consider like, oh, I'm not sure if I can make that. I'd end up dropping my phone if I was trying to go for it myself. But these guys, you know, they've got this in the bag at the moment. Suchti, this could be a quick 2-0 for him. He's got a long distance ahead. Here's the corner I was talking about, by the way, the 180. It's all about getting control. We've seen some overtakes on that corner in the past, but don't think it's going to be happening this time because Suchti is just flying along. Beautiful smooth corners as well. Just hits himself the shockwave as and when he needs it and just cruises to victory.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate because this is like a kind of medium-sized track in terms of distance, so he does have time to come through something like Buenos Aires or anything like that. But sadly, that wreck at the very beginning is going to cost him not only this track, but this series. As we can see, Suchti is going to be heading towards the finish line, and that is going to be it, with Brain Dead basically moonwalking towards the end of the track. And there we have it, with nearly a 6-second difference between the two. But again, commiserations to Brain Not Found, but not to worry. Again, as I mentioned with the previous two players, you will be seeing him in a lower bracket later on, and I'm sure he will do pretty well considering from what we've witnessed in this series. And Suchti will be seeing him later on against potentially Jagermaster, but we'll see if Nemmy has something to say about it in our next match.
Yeah, tough one coming up. We'll see whether there's any competition for Jagermaster. It's kind of an unknown, and that's always the dangerous factor. But for Suchti, he's going to be happy with this. We said the same thing for both Future Flash and Alex. You know, you want that 2-0 in the bag at the start. You never really know, like, are you ready to perform? Are you ready to step up? You know, if you've been doing the sort of the time limited trials, etc., to get through. But at the end of the day, it's not head-to-head. It can be all very different. Things can happen. We've seen some very aggressive driving from some unknowns as well, which I'm looking forward to see if we get that next up. But Suchti 2-0 and cruising. So he's got a tough competition if Jagermeister does get through in the next round, because obviously they've both been in finals multiple times against each other. But yeah, Jagermeister, he's going to be a tough competitor.
He certainly is. Let's have a look at the bracket to keep you guys updated. As you can see, Future Flash, RPM, Alex and Suchti are all in the upper bracket semi-final, ready and waiting to get set for their next series. Only one more left remaining in the upper bracket, and that's going to be Nemmy versus Jagermeister, which is coming up next. And we will be having the lower bracket matches, as Deepman rightly said earlier, later on once we've finished all the upper bracket matches. But just been nice, smooth sailing, clean sweeps. A lot of people would have predicted this. The closest we had was with Alex and Zahed. Zahed was pretty impressive. Brain Not Found did pretty well in that first track as well, and I look forward to see how they do in their lower bracket matches. But I expect nothing short of spectacular from those players.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interested to see how it goes. I'll have a short break, and when we come back, it'll be ready to go, Harry. But I think starting off, Jagermeister coming into this one, looks like he's jacked himself up a bit as well. That's what I like to see. He's,
jacked.
From what I spoke to him a long time ago. I don't know what it is. Maybe they have heavy phones. I'm not sure.
I have no idea, but they made me feel like I need to go to the gym again. My goodness, it's been quite a few years. But when we come back, we are going to go to a break. We will have our fourth match between Nemmy and Jagermeister. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And we're back with the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt Legends Unite, as we've got 3 quarterfinals down, 1 to go before we head into our upper bracket semi-finals. Back with me, D-Man, as always, and this should be hopefully a spicy one between Nemmy and Jagermeister.
Yeah, Jagermaster coming into this one as the by and large favourite. You know, I actually expect him to see him reaching the finals. To be honest, if I was to go all the way, he did come through as the number 2 seed, very close in times compared to Future Flash as well. So obviously going to be a tough competitor, no doubt, for Nemmy here. Nemmy coming in as a somewhat unknown, I would say, into the tournament. Obviously, you know, the fact that we've got his pictures, he's not completely unknown. He's like the Serbian, though, definitely up against the Jagermeister, the pole. We'll see whether he can be the pole sitter as we move on through. We're going to be starting off in the quarterfinals. What tracks are we going into for this one? It's going to be some... Oh, I like the first track. No spoilerinos. We'll see it in a moment on your screen, but it's one of my favorites. It is Rome Tiber Stream. We've seen this in finals as well. Then we move into the San Francisco Tunnel Jam, and then Greenland Fire and Ice, which we just saw in the previous race. There was the first track we saw Suchti coming out on top on. But yeah, Rome Tiber Stream. Now, story time. I have seen Jagermeister make mistakes on this track in the past. I will see whether he does it this time around, but we have seen him under pressure on this track. This is a tough one for him. Maybe we'll get a couple of flashbacks, who knows?
We certainly could indeed. We'll see if he's well drilled and refined in comparison to that one time. As we're now going to head into our fourth quarterfinal between Nemmy and Jagermeister. We'll be kicking things off from, I believe, Nemmy's perspective, as we're going to switch over to Jagermeister now, just using that nitro just to get a little bit of speed over these next jumps. And it looks like he's able to get a good amount of aerial, but Nemmy is directly behind him and is still risking the aerial 360s and will get a bit more nitro as he's trying to get around him, but they're both using that break nitro trick along with the perfect nitro and now the double, and still neck and neck in this first lap.
Yeah, we have a race on our hands here, I feel. Nemmy putting some serious competition on Jagermeister, putting that pressure down. That's what I like to see. Immediately going for that quick 360 as well. You saw Jagermeister didn't go for it, so it's going to give him that earlier shockwave to hit the jump, just try and buy that little bit extra few fractions of a second as they continue on. Jagermeister forced to drop down low, trying to get to the spin, but he is under pressure here. He is gaining just a slight advantage as we continue on around the first lap, but Nemmy is not far behind. Ooh,
Nemmy actually
commentator's curse hits him the second I said it.
Typical. I was just about to say Nemmy got a much better aerial coming out of there with those barrel rolls, but instead the parked car is going to cost him a lot of mileage and could cost him this track. So all to play for here is Nemmy now to continue with the 360s. Good stuff here coming up from him. Now perfect nitro into the break nitro trick once again as he get around his corner with the double nitro. But Jagermeister's still about a second and a half lead, maybe even 2 seconds here. And Jagermeister, as long as it doesn't falter, commentator's curse, then we'll see how he gets towards the end of this second lap. But still got about 20 to 30 seconds left to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking like, though, this one should be done and dusted. I don't think there's too many areas where we can see any faults coming out from Jagermeister. The tricky part of the track has passed, and now it's simply a case of going over the line as he passes the Colosseum on the right there, blasting it round the final few corners, and will come on down to take himself first victory. Jagermeister comes out on top, but I tell you what, at the start, I was quite impressed. Nemmy put in a lot of work there, and it wasn't until sort of halfway around the map where the faults sort of started to come in. It was definitely a lot of pressure onto Jagermeister early on.
Yeah, even if he hit that parked car, I don't think he would have been able to overtake him, but still cost him a lot of speed, sadly, and completely destroyed his momentum, winning by 1.9 seconds. But even without it, though, I was very impressed with what Nemmy was able to display in terms of his pedigree of skill going into this first track.
Yeah, and that little nudge you saw right at the start, that could have been so different. That was the parked car that he just hit, which obviously cost him the majority of the time, really. I think that was really where the damage was done, because he did manage to keep just 2 seconds behind him throughout there. But Jagermeister coming out on top. So first map goes his way. It is best of 3 all the way through until the finals tonight, which will be a best of 5. So it moves us over to San Francisco Tunnel Jam next, which can also be a fairly tricky track. If you're unsure of the cars, it is the W Motors, it is the Lycan we just had there, and then the Fenrir is the track. We're sort of rotating through the cars all the way through the night. But yeah, honestly, Jagermeister, I mean, I wouldn't have expected less. Let's face it, he's coming in as the number 2 seed. He has been a consistent champion over on the Android side, so it's not too surprising to see him come out there. Yeah, I mean, like, Jagermeister's wins go back to, what, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. He's had victories all throughout, obviously on the Android side. I would say the biggest problem right now for Jagermeister is the fact it's crossplay. Anyhow, and now all those wins he used to clock up on the Android side are contested by Future Flash.
It certainly is. There's going to be a lot more contention for the championship this time around in comparison due to it being cross-platform. But that's exactly what we've wanted for such a long time. And the community and everyone in the Asphalt scene and with all the players, we finally got what we wanted. And, you know, this is why we're here. And it's so great that we don't have to worry about split platforms anymore in terms of who's best on what platform anymore. It's now just based on pure skill between all the players coming together to find out who's going to be crowned champion. Kick things off once again, track number 2, Jagermaster with the advantage, and Nemmy's actually going to slightly overtaking him here as he does have the outside lane to try and budge him off the jump, and he has done so. That's going to give Nemmy a considerable advantage here, at least about half a second to a second.
Yeah, Jagermeister's like, all right, okay, I'm seeing what you're bringing to the table. So, it's not afraid to tussle at the start, and that's what I like to see. Does give, of course, Nemmy an advantage on the jumps as well, but these can be risky jumps there. You saw how close he got to the appetizing hoarding, and that's giving Jagermeister the little boost around the outside. Let's see, is he going to come down on top? He's going to come down ahead of Nemmy. Jagermeister with the mid-air takeover. You love to see it.
Yeah, you can see Jagermaster was saving that shockwave purposely in order to use that next jump to have a little bit more shockwave to overtake and then continue with that momentum from the Nitro afterwards. And Jagermaster's just absolutely flooring it now, just going into that second lap. Nemmy about a second and a half away, still has time, but the problem is now Jagermaster actually gets his turn to go over that first initial jump as Nemmy made sure to completely deny that, and still Jagermaster was able to come out trumped with his perfect lines.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, an error from Jagermeister. That's going to slow him down considerably. Hits the spin. Let's see if Nemmy can bank that in. You can see he's going to try and gain some ground on him. Does manage to catch a little bit. A big error from Jagermeister. Unforced as well, completely. But I don't think it's quite going to be enough for Nemmy to catch up on. Hasn't managed to capitalize on that mistake. Jagermeister looking to cruise through to the 2-0 here as he gets close to going over the line. Another big error is required, but it will be Jagermeister that will come out on top, making it a 2-0 clean sweep in the first rounds here. Continuing on where both Future Flash, Alex, and Suchti have all done today. Jagermeister, tough competitor. Tough challenge from Nemmy. The unknown factor sort of almost paying off for him. Definitely putting a decent challenge here against what has been the consistent Android champion for the last 4 years.
A lot of from Jagermaster as well, you saw at the very beginning. He was quite tempted to go over to jumps with him, but he feels like, you know, I feel like I'm the better driver in this aspect. I feel like there's going to be opportunities for me in order to be able to overtake. And
this is where Jagermeister made the error. Oh,
yes, I was
slowed him down so much.
It did, and he was still over to win by 1.234 seconds, which was unbelievable. And the fact that he missed the first jump on top of that and still able to gain that lead and maintain it was just ridiculous. As you can see, that's going to be the fourth quarterfinal winner is going to be Jagermaster, and he'll be seeing Suchti in the upper bracket semi-finals in 2 matches time. So not really too much of a break for Jagermaster. He'll be jumping straight in it shortly, as we will be having Alex versus Future Flash coming up next.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, while it is a 2-0, I wouldn't say it's anywhere near as a dominant a 2-0 as we saw, say, from Future Flash earlier on today. So, Jagermeister under, I'd probably say, the closest pressure, along with, obviously, Zahed and Alex. But, so have a look at the brackets. You can see we're moving into the semi-final upper bracket next. Future Flash, Alex. Suchti versus Jagermeister. That's a battle for the ages, as always. But, yeah, going to be an interesting one. Honestly, I mean, I would say Future Flash into the final over Alex, bless him. But Suchti and Jagermeister, Suchti looked in good form in that race.
He certainly did, yeah. It's actually going to be a little bit of a worry here. It's funny that even though we separate the platforms, the platforms used to be separated and now it's cross-platform, we've got Alex and Future Flash from iOS against each other. And then we've got Suchti. Yeah, you get Maestro or Android. So it doesn't matter how things go. It's just a funny coincidence. Of course, it is based on seeding and based on the TLE qualifiers. But we just can't separate them, can we? We absolutely can't. But we will do eventually after this break, as we'll be coming back with the next 2 series in the upper bracket semi-finals. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few moments. And we're back with the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt Legends Unite Open Finals Season 6 in back on his D-Man as always. And now, like I said before, we've been casting for a very long time, probably 6.5 years at least with Asphalt Esports overall. And this is a matchup we see time and time again, and we never get bored of it because it's always a spectacle and it's honestly an incredible show. These 2 drivers always perform for us here. It will be RPM's very own Alex versus Future Flash, and we'll see how this is going to turn out in things changing to the scoreline.
Yeah, Future Flash obviously come into this as the dominant champion for the last 2 years. You know, he's literally been flexing his muscles over the entirety of the asphalt scene. And not only that, obviously, he came out on top at Gamescom and sort of proved his worth worldwide. It wasn't just the EMEA scene, it was the worldwide scene. We had Elite Joe and Co. all there as well. As you can see, the track starting off, we're going to go over to Cairo to begin with. So much to talk about, and there's so much history between these 2 drivers as well. Obviously, RPM Alex has sadly been the runner-up, as we mentioned, for so long. And, well, this guy's the reason. Future Flash is not the future. He's the here and now. In fairness, he's just the Flash. And Alex, though, he's getting brutal on the start. That's what I like to see. A little bit of rubbing his racing to begin with. And that's given Alex the lead that he may well need to take down Future Flash.
Early lead desperately required, and that's exactly what he's got. But you know what this track could be like? It could be a little bit tricky, but there's some risks which can help these players prevail, and that's a very interesting backflip coming off from Alex. Managed to land that nicely, going into the shockwave straight afterwards. But if you look on the other side, Future Flash only about 0.4, 0.5 seconds behind, using that short go now to close the gap just by a couple of tenths of a second, and both of them are going to go across, and it looks like they're still neck and neck now, grinding across the curb in order to get additional nitro here. But honestly, way too close to call, as we're now almost heading towards the second lap.
Car hit there by Future Flash. That slowed him down. That's given Alex a big lead now. That's something that he's going to be delighted for, and I think anyone else watching this in terms of competitors will also be delighted to see that, because Future Flash is wounded, ladies and gentlemen. He is not looking so hot in this first race. Definitely been tested and pressured by Alex, and RPM Alex coming into this like a fresh newborn, effectively. He's looking very aggressive at the start. I like to see that. We haven't seen it too often from him at the start of these races, often seeing him sort of bullied effectively at the start. So I love to see the aggression, and it looks like it may well have paid off here as he blasts on through. You can see that, well, distance is down to 10% left. Future Flash is gaining ground at the moment. Behind him is getting closer and closer. Alex does have that shockwave boost, but Future Flash is right on his heels. But he will be Alex over the line for the victory in the first race. You love to see it. The pressure already in the upper bracket semifinals.
0.4 seconds, considering how far behind he was at one stage. This is what I love to see as well. I like to see how players at the caliber of skill which Future Flash has to try and close the gap. But as you can see here, Alex was just making sure to budge Future Flash out the way to stop him from getting that first canister, to give him a slightly earlier shockwave, and he was able to try and then continue to maintain that lead, which he did. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But it's quite worrying how well Future Flash did, even after bashing into that car towards halfway through that first lap.
Yeah, he gained a lot of time in that sort of final third of the lap. But RPM Alex coming out victorious on Cairo. And the ancient wonders. It does mean we're going to move over to US Midwest Transcontinental Race. God, easy for me to say. Tricky track. Not overly complicated, though. Certainly for these two very experienced drivers. But an upset here for Alex, potentially, to knock Future Flash down into the lower bracket. I'm testing my brain right now. When we last saw Future Flash in a lower bracket, I can't remember.
I can't remember either. It's been a very long time, because we've always known him for always being that guy. Like, even when he's gone through the upper bracket into the grand finals, he's never actually needed that track advantage. At least
he's never really dropped a track.
Well, this is it. Yeah, this guy had perfect runs, but we've got to remember how great of a player RPM Alex has been over the course of time in terms of his track record. We know he's fallen off a little bit here and there over the last year or so, but it looks like he's back. He's finally ready to play it, and this is a great way to give himself, a bit of a boost of confidence now, and the morale and momentum is going to be extremely high for him, as we'll see now how Future Flash is going to respond, and I'm sure he's going to respond in a very strong fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. This is I was kind of blown away just by how aggressive Alex was at the start. So I'm looking forward to see if he's going to try and match that again. Of course, we know that some tracks, it favors you left and right. In fairness, I would say the right was probably the favored side there that Future Flash started on. The US Midwest Transcontinental Race. God damn, it's caught me out again. It's caught me out again.
It's one of those words where it's easy, but sometimes when you mispronounce it, it makes you fumble time and time again. I probably would have a struggle bus on that as well. But going to Buenos Aires in a stadium lap, and do you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if we actually get that far.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to see maybe a comeback here from Future Flash, but I love seeing Alex in the lead. And now let's see how it's going to test him once again as things get underway. Alex in the red car, Future Flash in the white, and Alex once again with that slight lead picks himself up the extra boost bottle there and gives him the advantage he needed.
Yep, he did it, the drift there to get a slight shockwave advantage there. He was trying to push him off the canisters, but Alex was still able to, Future Flash was still able to grab him here. But you can see Future Flash actually shockwaving over that jump instead of using the perfect nitro, which Alex was using. And look at this, the 360s over through that tunnel from Future Flash. I've not actually seen, very rarely I've seen that coming out for some of these drivers, but Future Flash is now overtaken.
Yeah, he just took the inside line. Alex, I didn't see whether Alex made an error back there, but he was running the rail, it looked like. But either way, he had to have hit traffic. He absolutely had to hit traffic. I didn't quite catch it. I was trying to look at it on Future Flash's view because I could see him passing him quite easily. But Future Flash, either way, going to be hitting down low. Alex has gained that ground that he needed, though, so we're once again in a close race as we go over the line for the second lap.
And Flash actually had quite a decent lead, and Alex is now to close the gap now. Both of them have that shockwave. Now going to use it a little bit earlier than Future Flash, and he's actually already gained a few more tenths of a second. It's going to be extremely tough to call, and I reckon it could be neck and neck depending on who goes over the which jump, if they could land on top of each other. Anything goes here, and you can see already using the 360 now instead, as Alex didn't actually use that previously, but now realizes that he's too far behind. He needs to do it, and we haven't got too much left going into the second lap, D-Man.
Yeah, they've been kind of matching themselves identically there. Oh, Alex! They managed to land it. Oh, I wasn't sure he was going to make it out there. Let's see if it pays off, though, because that was a hyper-risky maneuver. Future Flash continuing around, but Alex trying to pull out all the stops with the risks there, but I'm just not sure it's quite going to be enough. Future Flash is absolutely dominant, and he will go through in first place. Overall, brilliant stuff. RPM Alex, though, woo, I'll tell you what, he was trying it. He risked it. He went for it. It didn't pay off for him.
Yeah, he was drifting as much as possible to potentially shockwave off that next jump, but you could see he used a double nitro instead to try and stay on course. And my goodness, can you imagine him having a shockwave while spinning that rapidly? My goodness, the amount of nitro ahead would have been ridiculous, but it wouldn't have made too much of a difference anyway, because as he went off course, the side of the track which Future Flash went on is more cost efficient in terms of time. And just a little bit of a shame there. But honestly, very close to call. A lot of pressure, a lot of high pressure situations, especially in that second lap, as we saw Alex closing the gap on multiple occasions. But now we're going to stadium lap on Buenos Aires, and honestly, it's going to be very tough to call. And one of the biggest factors, as you may have witnessed, D-Man, in that first lap, was when they went through that tunnel. Future Flash decided to go for the 360 straight away, no holds barred, came out of the risks from the get-go, and was able to then overtake Alex. I think you said you may have saw him hit a bit of oncoming traffic, which is definitely possible.
I couldn't quite tell, yeah. I mean, he went wide to start with, but Future Flash didn't even boost or anything. He just literally took the inside line. So it was a clean overtake, really, but I couldn't really tell. I was trying to look on the corner of my eye, like, what's going on over here? Why is Alex going so slow suddenly? So I can only imagine that he hit the traffic or something along their lines. But it obviously sets us up for our first third race. It is going to be beyond... oh, my God. Nearly went with Keanu Reeves. I don't know where Buenos Aires came from there, but Keanu's Aires. But my Inglando has gone all wrong on me. But it is going to be stadium lap. We obviously had Buenos Aires earlier on. Actually, I think it was in Future Flash's first race. Yes, it was. He did stadium lap earlier on. So a track that he's already driven on tonight came out on top very convincingly against Alpha in that one, but we'll see whether the same can be said for Alex here. Alex has had the lead at the start of every race so far, and sort of obviously lost it this time around, but Alex hot off the line at the moment, being very aggressive. I want to see it once again here to see whether he can sort of put Future Flash in check.
Yeah, he certainly did in the first track. Second track didn't go to his way, which is a bit of unfortunate, but this is the last track in this series, and you can see already Future Flash now give a little bit of a bite, but Alex is having absolutely none of it. Goes in with a double nitro on that jump, and now we're going to be seeing the drift coming out towards this next portion. Both of them using the shockwave, funny enough, at the exact same time in sync, and I saw Alex has a tiny bit more nitro in favour, so he's going to get the shockwave a little bit earlier, but Future Flash, honestly, on his tail.
Yeah, we're in Buenos Aires, so I think it's safe to say a bit of argy-bargy at the start there as well, like to see, just to keep the lingo going. Alex, though, in the lead currently and looking good for it as Future Flash. Maybe seeing him going down to the lower bracket for what I can only think is the first time in probably the best part of 2 years. I don't remember a time, though, where he came down in the lower bracket, but this would be absolutely astonishing to see RPM Alex reviving some of the old grit we saw from him for years and years and years in the asphalt scene. Still up against it, lots to play for. Obviously upper bracket to follow this with Suchti and Jagermaster playing off in the next semi-finals. But oh, look at this, Future Flash is on a charge. He's absolutely pelting up behind Alex.
I can't believe how much he's closed the gap. That was absolutely unreal, and he could still potentially take it. There's not really too much of a portion left, but it seems with Alex, he managed to overtake him in the end, and now this is going to be his opportunity. What a crash coming out from Alex. So unfortunate for him, but Future Flash, I cannot believe the amount of pressure he was still able to give. Unreal and distribute, and there we have it. Future Flash wins the first upper bracket semi-final. We'll be seeing the upper bracket finals later on this evening, but what a series and what a way to finish things off on track number 3. Unreal.
Alex, you had it. But, I mean, you said it yourself. Like, we were just, you could see it on the screen, the speed and the distance being closed by Future Flash, the pressure onto Alex. And that's really where it comes from. The pressure can be phenomenal. And sometimes just being the multiple champion. Let's have a look, see if we can keep our eye on Alex to see exactly where that wreck comes from, because we were following from Future Flash's perspective. And I'm just going to keep my eye on it. It's already happened by now. We've missed it. But yeah, I didn't quite catch it. Didn't quite see where it was. But you got to feel for him. He had the lead, but Future Flash, as I mentioned, the pressure from being multiple-time champion chasing you down, it kind of does things into people's minds. If anything, you're like, I could say I'm taking down Future Flash in the semi-finals. Oh my God, no. No.
It happens though, man. It happens.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things, sadly. And if it was any other opponent who was about 2 seconds behind, he would have felt a lot more confident throughout the later stages of that track, of the lap number 2. But we saw that we kind of feel like it could be a matter of time. But one of his jumps, he could land on top of him, could even overtake him, depending on the situation and the circumstances. But he literally had it. You were right. It was so close. I was actually gritting up my chair thinking, oh my God, like, you know, this could actually...
It's gonna happen.
He might actually have a track advantage if he takes the upper bracket finals as well. But no, not going to be the case. But don't you worry, guys, at home. We will be seeing RPM's very own Alex later on in Future Flash. We'll be seeing him once again in 2 matches' time in the upper bracket final to see if Jagermaster or Suchti will be able to take him down.
Yeah, brilliant races, honestly. Brilliant races. Love to see it. Let's have a look at the brackets to see where that puts us. Of course, it means that Future Flash will be through to the upper bracket finals. Did you expect anything less? Well, almost was the case. And of course, it means it moves on to Suchti versus Jagermeister next, which has been a grand final. I mean, that's really what this embodies, doesn't it? The fact that we have this sort of combined crossplay, that we've had the iOS grand finals, the Android grand finals, but they can play against each other now. And yeah, Suchti Jagermeister has been grand finals. It has gone Jagermeister's way a lot recently, sort of more recent years, but Suchti has won that tie many times as well, so definitely a tight one. I would say even tighter than the one we just had. So yeah, absolutely see whether one of them can unleash the beast.
Cross-platform, and we still can't separate them, but we finally can after this next upper bracket semi-final. Just letting you guys know at home, make sure you follow us on our socials at ESL Mobile and on Instagram at ESL_mobile, so make sure you do that. But for now though, we're going to go for a quick short break, and when we come back, it will be Suchti versus Jagermaster. Go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And we're back with the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt Unite. And look at this. We do have another series on our hands. It's going to be Suchti versus Jagermaster, and it's going to be another spectacle once again. But just let everyone know at home, we do have codes coming out throughout the entirety of the broadcast. So make sure you keep an eye around the bottom window. We'll see a code coming up here and there for some swag, and it will be multiple codes throughout the entirety. But let's go back into the next semi-final upper bracket match. It will be Suchti versus Jagermaster. Back to the Android days here for these two, as they're going to go up against each other head-to-head to find out who's going to be meeting future Flash in this upper bracket final.
Yeah, Tiber Storm once again for Jagermeister. He's going to be like, wow, this is very, very similar, obviously, into Put On Rise and Tunnel Jam. So very similar tracks to what Jagermeister's already been on. Obviously, we saw Suchti on Shanghai Put On Rise as well. So tricky track to start with. This is really where it's going to separate them, I feel. Jagermeister up against Suchti, and away we go. Jagermeister starting out in the yellow, and Suchti in the red. Let's see. Oh, you can see them like edging towards you, like avoiding contact going into the jumps there. Both very tricky drivers, very experienced drivers, been finalists against each other many, many times over the years. And Jagermeister currently with the smallest of advantages. Suchti just trying to push it a little bit there, but Jagermeister got himself built up an advantage. Suchti tries to go for the inner ramp instead. Knew he was going to miss out on the right-hand side, and he's just about hanging on to the exhaust fumes at the moment of Jagermeister as he starts to extend his lead.
Yeah, he went through a couple of cars going for that right jump, sadly, but he also denied Jagermeister of the first nitro canister, even though Jagermeister decided, okay, we'll let you have that, we'll just prioritise the lines instead, which is perfectly understandable, rather than having any fumbles coming up or any errors of play at the very beginning, which is perfectly understandable. Suchti still quite far behind, probably at least 2 seconds now after the gap Jagermeister has created, and just continuing his path of destruction now, using that shockwave to go the next jump, not going to do any fancy aerials until now, which is understandable, can be a little bit dodgy at times, and now just drifting across and using that shockwave once again. Got the gold canister to get the shockwave once again. Suchti, on the other hand, just focusing from his perspective, still a bit far behind and going to be very difficult to try and close this gap unless Jagermeister fumbles towards the later stages of his second lap.
Yeah, he collected, I think it was a scooter towards the end of the first lap, which sort of clocked him that a little bit further behind. It's basically been traffic that's really cost him in this race overall. His lines are clean, his racing's been on point. It's just simply a little bit unlucky, not quite catching as he would like, and it will be Jagermeister closing out the first track really from start to finish. In all honesty, workmanlike performance from the Polish Jagermeister. He'll be delighted getting himself a first race on the board in this upper bracket semi-final. Shanghai Put On Rise will follow this one, which will be a little bit more testing, because Jagermeister honestly just looked unstoppable.
He certainly did, winning by 2.233 seconds, which is a big lead considering the caliber of skill between these two players. Really hard to call it, but Suchti did get a lot of good nitro coming out from the beginning, from the very beginning in that first track. The only difference was that Jagermaster was able to get a lot of 360s going over the third initial jump, which Suchti didn't take advantage of, but also Suchti crashed into a couple of those cars. Maybe got a little bit of nitro from it, but the initial jump straight after that didn't get any barrel rolls at all, so it just really didn't do much favours in the end, which is a bit of a shame. But Jagermaster 201.132, won by 2.233 seconds, which in my opinion, at this level, winning by over 2 seconds is a huge feat in itself, and we'll have to see what Suchti can do to turn the tables going into this second track.
Especially when you consider he didn't get wiped out. There was no real big errors in there other than just catching traffic, which was the biggest problem. So very clean first race from Jagermeister there. As I say, I mean, obviously he's already been on Tiber Stream tonight as well, so it's not like he was literally just been on it, 20 minutes ago probably. Yeah. So it's already been, it's not like it's not fresh in his brain, but it does mean we move on to Shanghai Put On Rise next up, which Suchti just had a solid victory on a moment ago. So he's going to be looking towards this one. It's a pretty open track. In fairness, it's a pretty wide open track. So I don't foresee this going to be too much of a problem for either driver. It's a case of, you know, who can come out on top at the start, maybe, like whether they can hit the same boost, who could avoid the track, the traffic, if anything. This seems to be the difference between the two, because this is a wide open race.
And it'll be crazy if they go to tunnel jam. That will just be unheard of. The craziest we're going to see from these two. I hope it does go to that track, because if it does, this should be an incredible way to finish this series as well. And can Suchti do it? Definitely has the potential. We damn well know he does from his track record. He's made a comebacks before. The question is, though, how consistent Jagermaster going to be going into this one? Because remember, Suchti was able to have the initial canister to begin with in that first track on the outside lane, and Jagermaster decided to prioritise his lines, and then using the nitro, which he had to begin with straight away in order to get as many 360s as possible with the aerials, and it did himself justice taking that risk. So we're going to see what he could do going into this one. For Suchti, though, yeah, again, that reverse sweep needs to occur. If not, then we will be seeing Jagermaster against Future Flash in the upper bracket finals if he cannot make that initial comeback.
Yeah, and just to put in perspective how close these were, I think it was 400ths of a second between them in the TLE qualifying that separated, you know, second and third seeds. So very tight drivers, no doubt about it, but it is a big open track. Let's see who can come out on top here as Suchti trails the race overall to Jagermeister, who has himself a strong lead once again here, but there's only really a few small areas you can make errors on this track, and they just need to simply avoid them and have some good clean racing.
Certainly will, so this should be a close affair indeed. As Suchti has already closed the gap a little bit, but as he was using the double nitro for that durability, you saw that Jagermaster had a slightly straighter line, so he could use that shockwave. Double nitro coming out again into the perfect nitro, the the nitro brake trick. Oh, tip of my tongue here, as now the 360s still coming out from both sides. Going on to the next jump with the shockwave coming out from Jagermaster, the double nitro coming out for Suchti, and the brake nitro trick again with the perfect nitro into the shockwave to try and close this gap, as he did collide with that coach ever so slightly.
Yeah, just clip the front of it, which would have slowed him down a little bit. You can see in terms of rhythm, though, he's not too far behind Jagermeister, but the problem is this is such a huge open wide track that it really, for drivers of this caliber, it's very rare to see them make an error. And for Suchti, he's got to be hoping that, you know, Jagermeister does make one of those rare errors at the moment. Not looking likely at the moment, but he is gaining a little bit of grounds, as we see in the distance there. Jagermeister going for that extra little spin, try and keep things going, both taking the left side route once again, up over and on the right side as well. So both taking the identical routes. You kind of expect it, they're the best lines to take, but at the moment Jagermeister is looking very clean.
Certainly is indeed. At least a second in front now. Suchti's doing what he can in order to try and close this gap, but he's done every trick of the trade with the brake nitro trick again, going around this next corner, but sadly it may not be here unless Jagermeister creates a complete unforced major mistake or error, but it doesn't seem to be that it's going to happen. Jagermeister will be going across very shortly, and there we have it. Jagermeister manages to win by 2.7 seconds. That is ridiculous and a statement in itself. Yeah. And I'm very excited to see how he will do against Future Flash in our next matchup in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, we've just seen Future Flash tested quite heavily by Alex, and for Jagermeister put down such a dominant performance over Suchti. I am very surprised to see a quick 2-0 clean sweep here, because he was not tested from the start of every single race through to the end. Didn't even get contested by Suchti, and Suchti is a very good driver. Really wasn't making too many errors, and that was as close as he got, which was right at the start. And then Jagermeister just found another gear somewhere, somehow, and stepped it up absolutely clean. And this is the sort of performance you want to see. Is this the sort of challenge, perhaps, from the Android side to put pate to the dominance that has been iOS Future Flash?
And we haven't really seen many wrecks from these players. We've seen, what, 2 so far? If that. And it's quite crazy level consistency being shown as the Asphalt esports scene prevails and expands over the course of time, and how these players and drivers are just getting better and better over that course as well. So it's impressive to see. But for Jagermaster, I think it's very good with how he dominated this series. The fact that he won by over 2 seconds both times without any kind of wreckage at all, I think that's going to be a good showing and indicator that we should have a fantastic series in this upper bracket final, as we'll be taking a look at the bracket. As we can see, clean sweeps all round in the upper bracket quarters if you're just joining us, and we did have a free tracker in that first upper bracket semi-final. Alex could have clutched it, but sadly wrecked himself towards the end, and Future Flash was hot on his tail, and Jagermaster quite comfortably with the 2-0 victory over Suchti, but Suchti still put on a incredible performance, but we'll be seeing him later on to face up against the winner of Alpha and Zahed, and as you can see, Alex will face the winner of Brain Not Found and Nemmy too. Definitely players you should not write off at all.
No, but obviously it takes us to the upper bracket finals up next, which is a monster. You know, these have both been champions of their respective platforms for the last couple of years. So to have the fact that Unite now allows them to take each other on in not just, you know, an offline final at some point, but an online final is absolutely brilliant. So Future Flash up against Jagermeister coming up next.
Yeah, what a showing that's going to be. But before that, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, it will be Future Flash versus Jagermaster. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in a few moments.
I get the Lambo car, house in the hills with the stars. Told you I'd raise the bar, told you that I'd go far. Oh, what we could have been if you weren't arrogant. Oh, baby, what we could have been. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. 'Cause now I like the fireplace. 20K gold rings. Don't need a man 'cause I'm my own king. I'm dripping icy down and everything. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Rabbit jet up in the sky, baby, that's just how I fly. Yeah, I told you one day I'd be living this way. You could have had it all, but you went and dropped the ball. Oh yeah, you could have had it all. Yeah, 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 yeah. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. 'Cause now I like the fireplace. 20K gold rings. Don't need a man 'cause I'm my own king. I'm dripping icy down and everything. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing it?
And we're back again on the Snapdragon Pro Series here for Asphalt Legends Unite. And it's the upper bracket final between the likes of Future Flash and Jagermaster. Joining me is D-Man once again. And I'm extremely excited to see how this is going to unfold in this best of 3 action.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to see it. Obviously, you were at Gamescom yourself. I didn't make it for the finals, so you got to see how that sort of cross-play action worked out. We've had it obviously throughout here, but this is it for me. This is it. This is champion versus champion, iOS versus Android. This is what we've seen dominating for the last few years, both in their scenes. Maybe not so much domination for Jagermeister. He has been tested quite a few times, but for Future Flash, he has been untouched. He has been no pressure really, but now we see obviously in the upper bracket semifinals he lost the first track, which we don't often see, but he lost to Alex. And in all fairness, it was Alex that made the mistake that put Future Flash here. You know, Alex was in the lead, he made the error, Future Flash obviously passed him because of it, and here we are in this very, very tricky track upper bracket final. San Francisco City by the Bay to start with, Greenland Fire and Ice into US Midwest Canyon launch. The admins have been merciless coming into this upper bracket finals. I love it because we have some real testing tracks.
When I saw the track list straight away, I was like, yeah, you're going to be liking this one. And what I like more is that we're going to get underway straight away. Enough chit-chat. We're in this upper bracket final here in the Asphalt Legends Unite Open Finals by Snapdragon Pro Series with Jagermeister with a nice early lead here against Future Flash, and also over that nice initial jump didn't prioritise the 360s but just took a nice less riskier jump, and Future Flash still about a second behind here with Jagermeister now using that shockwave to go over that previous jump with a double nitro, and now double nitro again, so he's able to get round this corner. So this is looking very good, very comfortable so far for Jagermeister, but we all know what this track is like, don't we, D-Man?
Yeah, both taking the really tricky approach though. I am impressed. They've both gone for the really hard route, sort of top level driving here, but Jagermeister is absolutely nailing it. He is really on a tear at the moment. Jagermeister dominating Future Flash, just going to have to throw out the kitchen sink here to try and come back and claw back this lap, because Jagermeister absolutely delivering. But this is a track that can punish you at your very best, so they have to focus all the way through as they go down the hill back down to the bay, and Jagermeister continues. But look at the gain that Future Flash just made. You can see already how much time he just gained in that one section.
And Jagermeister's going to be well aware of that, so now he makes sure he needs to be consistent over the next few jumps, and now makes the shockwave over across that bridge. Future Flash isn't too far behind him, as you can see, right on his tail with the shockwave now, with the small jump there, and the straight barrel roll could help him continue with that shockwave, just now using that double nitro to get across, and does have the shockwave in his back pocket. He's trying to break and try and get past it. Will he be able to? No, he does not. And my goodness, Demon, that was so close. Jagermaster manages to clutch it in the end by just a few tenths of a second, but my goodness, was that close. What a way to start this upper bracket final.
Yeah, and a really strong performance, and this is what we've seen. We've seen people basically putting it to Future Flash, being aggressive from the off, but my God, did he gain time? Look how far back he was, and then just see how much ground he gained coming towards the end of that lap. It was absolutely burning for him. And to be honest, I thought he actually might catch him. I thought he was going to do it, but just run out of track in the end, if anything. Ran out of track, ran out of boost, and Jagermaster takes himself the first race win here. We saw Alex doing the exact same against Future Flash in the upper bracket semi-finals, so this is far, far from over. It is a best of 3. There is still 2 more tracks to go if we need them. Can Jagermeister take it? The perfect run to the finals.
I honestly thought Future Flash was going to take that. When he went and barrel rolled on that straight jump on the later stages of that second lap, I was like, yeah, maybe he could actually take it. But as you know what, you guys could take it home. Code underneath, quickly grab it, redeem it on the Asphalt Legends Unite game and redeem it to get some swag. I did say it before and we said it not multiple times, but we're going to have codes coming out left, right and centre throughout the entirety of the broadcast. So make sure you stay tuned, not only for this code, but we're going to have many more codes coming out throughout this tournament. And not only that though, make sure to follow us at ESL Mobile and at ESL Mobile, ESL_Mobile on Instagram. And also we have a survey where you could win an $100 gift card at esl.gg/survey, and you can see there very tiny Jagermaster coming up with the first track win, first blood as you could say. And now we're heading to Greenland, Fire and Ice, and if it goes to third track, which again we're not surprised in the slightest, we'll be over to US Midwest for Canyon launch. And will we get there? Let's be honest, we probably will. We probably will.
Well, we'll see. It's a tricky track once again, you know, and honestly, let's not write off Jagermeister. He has been fabulous tonight. He really seems to be on it once again, goes aggressive from the start, but he is, of course, that means Jagermeister is on the inside line. Chooses to go for the bottle, as does Future Flash, and we are once again pirouetting our way over the ice fields.
I saw Jagermaster took the risk there to bump off the ice cap on the right side to get a little bit more leverage and a little bit more airtime with the 360, so it's going to give him a bit of nitro advantage. And this is where I love to see what Future Flash is going to do from his perspective, how he's going to close this gap, which isn't really too far behind, only a couple tenths of a second here. Jagermaster's going to be well aware of this, which means no safe plays coming out from him.
No, absolutely. You know, after... I think it's safe to say probably a disappointing Gamescom for Jagermeister. I don't think it's too unfair to say that. Obviously, you know, these guys are the very best of the best, so it's not too surprising to see them there. Future Flash just about getting away with that. I think he almost had to nitro boost to keep himself upright there because it looked like he was going to be the one that would flip over. But Future Flash once again trailing these races, not having a comfortable time of it tonight like he often has throughout. So clearly being tested once again. Has gained a little bit of ground there, taking that corner very nicely. His smooth lines was something I always suggested before. But now Jagermeister holds himself the lead once again as we start out the second lap, playing it relatively safe, still keeping those 360s going to keep that boost bar topped off. And at the moment, Jagermeister is just about doing everything he can to keep Future Flash at bay.
Jagermaster did extend his lead earlier, but after the clip Future Flash made, he was able to close the gap a little bit more as there's still time left on the clock. We know this track could be a little bit lengthy, so it gives Future Flash a little bit of time in order to try and claw his way back, which he certainly has done so far. Lovely play coming up from Future Flash now. Use that double nitro to go over this next jump, and it's not too far behind here, Demon, as again the aerials, the 360s coming up from Future Flash as he's going over the ice part of the track using the shockwave once again. Break nitro coming out into the 360, and he's going to be able to overtake him here, and Future Flash manages to overtake him using that shockwave. Surely this is going to be it as he heads very close towards the finish line. Jagermeister is so close, looking to try and get into the inside lane if he can, but I do not think he will be able to. No, he does not. An unbelievable Future Flash takes it by 4 tenths of a second, and honestly I thought we were going to call that a 2-0 series win for Jagermeister, but it looks like we'll be going over to that US Midwest for Canyon launch to find out who's going to take it and see into the grand final later on this evening.
I hope we caught up the replay. I think I was trying to see what he did. I think he took a 360 and it just kind of backfired and didn't quite work out, and that's what just cost him. I'm really trying to see what cost him the speed there, because it wasn't so much what Future Flash was doing. It was more a Jagermaster error, if anything, going in that second lap. But he kind of had it in the back there. I mean, we saw Jagermaster once again gaining ground. Keep your eye on Jagermaster just coming up in a moment here. It's just... yeah, it was just doing a 360 and I think he clipped the barrier. I think he just clipped the edge of the barrier just before it finished. I think he just took the spin just that little bit too soon. And it takes us to a third track. Wow.
I think he was playing it a little bit more unsafe, as he assumed that Future Flash would have the mileage and the momentum from the previous part of the track to overtake. So I think Jagermeister just assumed that he may have to play it a little bit more risque in comparison. But yeah, that one, it's always been one of the very last parts of the track. There's been a very small or slight fumble. Don't get me wrong, the wreck from Alex was a huge error, sadly for him, but that was just a small fumble, just a few too many 360s as he was coming up the ice part of the track, and then in the end Future Flash able to gain the lead and then maintain it towards the very end. My goodness, so we're one apiece here, as we were hoping that this would be going into that third track. But US Midwest Canyon launch can be a doozy at the very beginning. Let's see how they kick things off.
Yeah, you pretty much nailed it on the head there. It can be a doozy, not just at the beginning either. Quite a few areas there.
Oh, yeah,
but,
don't get me wrong. Yeah.
I mean, we know that first ramp. You don't like that first ramp. You don't like that first ramp. It caught out Zahed, I think it was earlier on, right?
Yeah.
I want to say it was Zahed, or was it Brain Not Found?
Brain Not Found, I think it was.
No, it wasn't. No, it was.
Sure?
No, I was right. I trust myself the first time round. It was Zahed. It was Zahed.
I thought it was Brain Not Found, but never mind.
no, it was Canyon. Yeah. But either way, anyway, let's get into it. Jagermeister gets the early slightest of leads. Obviously, it's just simply a case of being in the lead at the start there. And look at that. Future Flash does it like he's not even... It's like he's breathing, just like normal. It's just like... This is just... as they say that, he clatters into the side of Jagermeister, who puts him on his bin lid. But Future Flash manages to still keep in there at an instant reset, and he's straight back on it.
He's going to lose so much time because he's stopped him from going over that previous jump.
Yeah.
Jagermeister's now going to have to go for plan B. At least he straight barrel rolled over that last jump to get that shockwave to go into the tunnels. But yeah, that was huge from Future Flash, just to deny him from going across. And also, you saw there at the very beginning, Future Flash has been the only driver to do that straight barrel roll and prioritise that over the other jump, which is very interesting, but it's been clearly working in his favour heavily each and every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. Solid performance so far, though, and Future Flash, you know, every time he's tested, he comes back and delivers. It's just as simple as that. As he starts off the second lap, now we see Jagermeister going over the line. There is a considerable distance. Are we going to see any unforced errors from Future Flash? Yeah, Future Flash is just cruising around, I think, here. He's just going to be probably as safe as you like. He's had but I would say definitely a more testing night than he usually does. That's for sure. But at the moment, looking pretty solid, and Jagermeister's going to have to pull out the stops here to try and catch up.
Yeah, use that perfect nitro trick, run that next corner with a perfect nitro into the shockwave down the tunnels. But on Future Flash's perspective, he's looking pretty clean sailing here, using the double nitro to keep himself the durability on the track as he gets around this corner into the shockwave here. And will Jagermeister be able to close this gap? It looks like he will not be able to. Future Flash is not playing safe at all. He wants to maintain that lead to the biggest of margins and make sure he is going to be A-OK, which is going to be the case.
Yeah, Jagermeister wipes out. Future Flash has it. And I'll tell you what, I'd love to see that second, whatever that error was on the last track. That's cost him a place at the grand final. He is going to go down to the lower bracket finally, Jagermeister, but that should have been his. He should have been there with a one-track advantage. There's no doubt about it in my mind. I'm really, really interested to see what that error was and how it happened in the first place.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jagermaster got denied that jump, which meant that he had to take the other route, which is slightly longer and a little bit more of a pain in the backside as well, because it's like your plan B. It's probably not going to be as refined as your normal route as well, but we're going to take a look in a quick setting, as was mean. But as you saw at the very beginning as well, Jagermaster actually able to grab those 2 canisters a little bit earlier, and you saw Future Flash actually fumble and still be able to hold his ground, but hold his nerve. But look at that though, like such efficient pace coming out from Future Flash with those shockwaves, and just able to back it up for the entirety of this matchup. I kind of feel like with Future Flash, if he's the one with the lead, he maintains it from start to finish. It's just very, very difficult to keep up with his straight lines, his nitro management, and how he performs on most of his tracks. So there we have it. The series winner is going to be Future Flash, which means that we'll be seeing him in the grand final later on, and he will have that all-important 1-track advantage in the best of 5. So Future Flash can have a brew, put his feet up, see how the lower bracket games unfold, and wait for the next person to come in. But for Jagermaster, we'll be seeing it in the lower bracket finals later on this evening. But it does mean that he is guaranteed top 3 no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely, which is a decent chunk of change. There's no doubt about it. But Future Flash, once again, grand final is tested this time, in both the semi-finals and upper bracket. Let's have a look at the brackets as we do mosey on down towards the lower brackets now. Upper brackets are done and dusted. Future Flash is there with a track advantage, not something you can take lightly from what has been the most dominant driver of 2023 and 2024. It means we're going to move in over to Alpha versus Zahed. Brain not found versus Nemmy. Nemmy putting on I would say an impressive performance earlier on. Zahed also putting pressure onto Alex. Suchti and Alex will be waiting the winners of those races, and then you can see Jagermeister will be the final boss effectively before they reach Future Flash. So a lot of racing action still to go tonight, but the upper bracket finals are done and dusted.
Yeah, and we've had some incredible matches throughout. Future Flash and Alex was a doozy. Jagermaster was very, very close to clinching that series in a very similar outcome to what we saw from Alex, where he had the opportunity to maybe even take that series, but sadly it is what it is. But it doesn't matter. It does mean that these 2 players and the other players in the competition in a lower bracket do have the opportunity to play against someone again, just a track disadvantage, which can be very important for some. But if you've got the momentum and you've been breezing through that lower bracket, honestly, anything could happen. We've seen it a few times in other esports titles. May see it again in Asphalt here, in Asphalt Unite Legends, but we'll find out in the Snapdragon Pro Series later on this evening. But for now, though, we are going to take a quick break before we head into lower bracket matches. But when we come back, we'll see what is going to happen in our first lower bracket matches of the day. So we'll see you in just a few minutes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Snapdragon Pro Series here for Asphalt Legends Unite. Joining me is D-Man once again. I am Lethal, and we're at the halfway stage here. All the upper bracket matches are done and dusted. They are filled out nicely, and as you may have noticed, Future Flash is in the grand finals with that one track advantage. Sitting pretty, waiting to see how these other matches are going to go in the lower bracket. But this is it now, D-Man. This is the final lifeline here for all these players, and it's a matter of who wants it most as they're going through now with the prize money going up and up and up as they go forward here in our first lower bracket match.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where you sort of really start to try and bank that cash. Alpha versus Zahed. Zahed coming in as the number 4 seed. Alpha coming in as the number 8 seed. Alpha, unfortunately, faced off against Future Flash in his first race tonight, whereas Zahed, well, while he did go down 2-0 to a very strong Alex, he definitely put a bit of pressure on him. We do start things off on Osaka Industrial Revolution over to Cairo Nile River and then Buenos Aires Stadium Lap. So pretty open tracks throughout, honestly. So if you can get yourself a good start, you could be in good stead here.
Certainly could, certainly could. I think for Alpha, it was very hard to kind of witness like what he could have done. He was against Future Flash, to be expected with that 2-0, but can he now perform a little bit better against Zahed and try and make a name for himself in this competition with a nice little lower bracket run? As Zahed is already trying to get into the inside of Alpha, but Alpha just maintaining that lead with that shockwave as well. Both his players literally neck and neck. Alpha's going to go this next jump alongside Zahed. Zahed has got a little bit more barrel rolls, so got a little bit more nitro as he's scraping towards the curb or the sideline, so to speak, so that he could get a little bit more nitro. But still, though, Alpha looking a lot better from what we saw compared to that first upper bracket match earlier.
There's the testing corner that I was talking about, and you can see people really win and lose races around that, and it's neck and neck so far. As Zahed looking to try and take the inside line with the shockwave boost. I love to see it. Oh, he hits that one a little tricky, but he manages to take the barrel roll well in the end there. And it was a nice overtake that's managed to stand the test of time so far. Gets the spins. This is what I was talking about. Last time we saw this track, it was all too easy for Suchti, but this time around, Zahed is putting the pressure on as he goes off the track, and Alpha takes the lead.
It's funny because you'd assume that that's not the case. We've seen a lot of bounces over that curb once before, but that's probably the second or third time I've ever seen someone wreck themselves from going off that curb. That was so unfortunate. And now it's up to Alpha to see if he can maintain this lead for the rest of his second lap, which he should be able to, considering the advantage he has in terms of time difference here. And Zahed, it wouldn't surprise me if he managed to close the gap, because we've seen it do it a few times before. A very strong duelist here in the Asphalt esports scene. But so far, though, as with Alpha, just go around this next bend, as he's just playing it quite safe and securely, using that shockwave now to go this next jump. Not going to even worry about the gold canister, but Zahed is definitely going to be gunning for it. And look how much he's caught up here.
Yeah, shockwave comes through, running out of track though. At the moment, Zahed is catching, but is there enough time? I don't think so. I think he's managed to just throw it a little too far on the end there. One spin too many, and that should be enough for Alpha to go over the line. But you saw how much he was catching up there, just half a second between the two. But it was Zahed that made the, I'm going to say, unforced error, effectively. As you said, it's so rare you see drivers at this level going off there.
Yeah, a lot of these players will normally go towards the curb so that you can get a bit more nitro scraping across the side, which is perfectly understandable, and also it helps them to not go off the edge. But it was just a little bit too early, and you can see here we'll be witnessing it now as he took this jump with the shockwave, just barely bounced over across, and that was going to give Alpha a nice clean lead. And you've got to remember though, Zahed still closed the gap by quite a considerable margin, but we've got to remember though, Alpha played it very, very safe. He wants to try and secure a top 6 spot, because right now it's the top 8, and if you win this match in this series, you will get top 6 and carry on moving forward. But Alpha will be the player who draws first blood in this first series in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's a $100 game, basically. $100 game, you know, you go from $100 to $200 and keep on climbing as you go on through. At the moment, Alpha looking solid. First race in the books, despite the fact Zahed made the unforced error. It is still, like I say, wide open tracks, wide open race circuits overall. So we'll see how this one progresses. Zahed and Alpha neck and neck as we look towards... Is this a replay or no? I'm confused.
Definitely the highlights, I think.
I'm a bit worried otherwise. I'm like, this is the exact same track. Don't tell me I mean, don't get me wrong. We've been on the same tracks before. We've had that in the past, but it is definitely a replay of what we just saw. So Zahed, yeah. I mean, we saw obviously Alpha wiped out at the start there, so he's going to be delighted the fact that he got a second chance to come out on top within this race. But yeah, Zahed, he's going to be the one that's kicking himself. He's going to be feel probably a little aggrieved going into this next race.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it's not. I'm not too sure what is happening, but like we'll talk about it shortly. But yeah, it was just crazy how that occurred, and the fact that he caught up by 2 seconds, even with Alpha playing it relatively safe, was quite crazy in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm very confused by this because this is, I hate to say, but it's definitely not Cairo.
no, this is, we can play it safe. I think we should probably...
It is Osaka once again, so I assume they've either unless something happened that we don't know about and they've gone for a rerun, in which case Zahed has this one very much in the bag. Yeah. But I'm not hearing anything on my ears saying anything else. So yeah, Zahed a country mile ahead on this track at the moment.
Yeah, it did seem like it was the highlights. I wasn't really too sure what on earth is happening because we still got the scoreline on the bottom left as 1-0. But don't worry, the admins will let us know exactly what's going on. But we'll continue as though this is being replayed. As Zahed now going over that next jump with the gold canister intact as well. And Alpha very, very far behind, as it looks like it will be most probably a Zahed victory. But again, we will double check and confirm this with the admins once it's all over and finished with.
There's the error, same error, exact same error. It will need to be rehosted. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I mean they're just sorting out the rehost at the moment, but yeah, I mean it was the exact same crash, so there we go, boom. So that's going to be rehosted. Yeah, exactly.
A little bit confusing at first. I was just like, are these the highlights? And when I was watching, and I was just like, this didn't happen. And I was like, hold on a sec, is this a rematch? Is this been rehosted? But yeah, it seems like that is going to be the case. It's just going to be rehosted. Not too sure why they're playing the same track
also,
anyway,
yeah,
but we'll be going to
not very Egyptian looking. I think is the best to say as well.
Yeah.
Distinct lack of Cairo in the Japanese track there. But yeah, so Alpha was gifted indeed the victory for the first race, as we'd already said and already seen. So it does mean we're going to move over to Cairo next and Buenos Aires as the third track if we need it. Maybe Alpha will pull off a shock here, surprise me and surprise Zahed, and come out on top. But here we go. Now we're on to Cairo. So let's get things underway.
See Alpha just on the inside, but it looks like Alpha is going to be trailing behind just a tad, going in with Zahed now with the double nitro as he goes across this next jump. Perfectly timed as well with that nitro going up, but the perfect nitro coming out from Alpha using a perfect nitro trick to get ready to go over this next jump with the double nitro, looking very solid, keeping up with the consistency there with Zahed using that shockwave to try and extend his lead just a little bit more, and Alpha taking a different route.
Yeah, good to see. They've still got pyramids in Egypt as well. Oh no, Alpha's wiped out. That's going to give Zahed the race. I mean, he was already quite far in the lead. That almost confirms it. Zahed got himself a giant cushion here. Huge inflatable hug me pillow of a cushion he has. So, should be in the bag. Still a lot to race to do though, so let's not forget he did have that unforced error on the track a moment ago, but so far, so good for Zahed.
Looking good indeed. I think Zahed's probably one of the last people you want with the leads, especially of this margin. So Alpha's going to have to just do whatever he can in order to close the gap. But he may not take this track, but at least he will keep it as competitive as possible and think about what strategy he wants to use going into that third track.
Well, Zahed hitting the car there, so maybe a little complacent. Not beyond the realms of possibility that one big wipeout could give chance to Alpha. He has sort of getting the whiff of the exhaust fumes. Still a long way back though. So it's all on Zahed to make the error here on the right-hand side. I would say in the yellow car, but they're both in yellow cars, which is, you know, very helpful overall. But Zahed just a cruise to victory here. In the bag for him overall. Hasn't really looked too troubling for him as he concludes the race. Last few jumps, last few corners, and Zahed will tie things up one apiece. That's really what he should have done in the first race, in all honesty.
Yeah, it could have been a 2-0 victory, but after that bounce off the curb, trying to go into that second lap in that first track. These things do happen. We've seen it once before, and it doesn't surprise me, but we've seen it again, as we could see just over 5.5 seconds advantage there. Win for Zahed, looking very strong and looking to try and topple Alpha in this third track on Buenos Aires, I believe. And yeah, this should be a close affair. Alpha didn't look too shabby to begin with, but Zahed just absolutely pulled away with it, and sadly the wreck caused by Alpha is what made or break the situation in this track. So one apiece between the two, and we're going to see who's going to get that extra $100 in cash and guarantee themselves at least top 6 going to the next series.
Yeah, $100 race. That's what you love to see. Best of one, you know, all that. As we go down to it, there's always been the issue in esports, as it were. Best of ones, oh my God. But Buenos Aires Stadium Lap will be the track. Zahed picking himself up the victory. Really should have had that victory in the first race as well. We're going to be back on the Lycan as well. The W Motors Lycan Hyper Sport as we move into this track. This is all the lower bracket, by the way, if you're unsure where the heck we are. We've already had the upper brackets blasting through with what is effectively a star-studded performance from some drivers, and Future Flash pushed all the way. He's there in the grand finals, but if I'm 100% honest, I'd say he shouldn't be. We should have Alex there. We should have Jagermaster there. They both gave him errors and gave him those races. So I think Future Flash might be on something to prove in that grand final. The question is, who will be there? Will we see an absolute crazy charge run from the lower bracket? Who knows? From one of these drivers, you know, Alpha, Zahed. Possibly not. They're up against tough competition, whoever they get through against. I think they're playing Suchti. I think the winner of this race is, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Suchti is the man awaiting the winner here. It's a solid start overall for Zahed, though. On the inside line, it is the advantageous line, and he made it count. You can see that Alpha was trying to put him off, trying to hit him on the side, but Zahed will get himself up to a good start here.
Yeah, it's a great start indeed. Alpha just a little bit behind, but use that 360, get a bit more nitro to now shockwave around this next corner, using the double nitro again, and now still doing what he can to close this gap. Good barrel rolls coming out from Zahed. He actually got a lot more barrel rolls in comparison to Alpha, which is going to give him a considerable advantage, as he can use that shockwave a little bit earlier to get across that previous jump, and this is looking much better from Zahed. I'm saying much better, but he's been this consistent for the entirety of the tournament and is continuing his path of destruction, going through now into the second lap.
Yeah, in fairness, Zahed put a decent challenge onto Alex, you know, and Alex looked like he was on form today, so let's not write him off. He's up against Suchti if he comes out on top in this race, but that could be a close run thing as well. Looking solid throughout, the Turkish driver looking to perform here, and Alpha, unfortunately, just one step too far for him, unless Zahed were to make some sort of huge error here now, which I don't think is going to happen, judging by the way he's racing. And we see Alpha wiping out there as well, which gives Zahed yet another big advantage. So Zahed likely to go through as the winner, as he comes up to the line, bouncing off every wall he can, because he's just kind of given up all hope. And but either way, he'll go through to face Suchti, and Alpha comes over the line in the end, collects himself $100 and a joint 7th, 8th place.
Smooth sailing for Zahed there, but Alpha tried to keep it as competitive as possible and still took a track off Zahed, but sadly he is knocked out on the competition. Commiserations to him, but as D-Man rightly said, $100 in the bank, not too bad for a few series into this tournament. It's nice to see him in the competitive scene, and to see him in the Snapdragon Pro Series for Asphalt Unite Legends. And I'm sure we will see him again at some stage once he becomes a lot more refined and more well-drilled. But wasn't too shabby performance there coming out from Alpha, but for Zahed, we'll see him against Suchti later on in another lower bracket match this evening.
Yeah, and you know, for Alpha, basically, he's come up against what is being the most dominant champion we've ever seen in Asphalt in terms of Future Flash. So he's got to race a champion tonight. So there's one way of looking at it. Zahed, though, he's up against Suchti next in his bracket performance. We will continue on in the lower bracket throughout until we get ourselves another grand finalist. Who will that be? Will it be Zahed? Will he continue on his charge? Will he take down Suchti and Storm? We will find out, because the next race, of course, will be Brain Not Found versus Nemmy, who then will obviously go on to face Alex. But we are starting to fill out this bracket as the night proceeds here.
Brain Not Found and Nemmy did look quite good. I didn't really feel like there was any major weaknesses which could tell me that, you know, Alex will just absolutely storm it into that series. So I do see some potential in these two, and I'm looking forward to see them both going at loggerheads against each other to see who is going to face against Alex later on. But Zahed versus Suchti is another good match to witness, to find out if Zahed could cause the upset. I say upset, but Zahed is still a very good player anyway, and as you can see, this is what the players are going to be competing for with the prize pool. The tippity top, it will be $2,000, followed by $1,200 and $800 respectively, all the way to the bottom, which is $100, which means, as I said before at the beginning of the show, every single player here in this competition are guaranteed some chunk of change, which is going to be very important indeed. So for that note, we'll be going to our next lower bracket match later on, but first we're going to go for a short break, and then when we come back, we'll be seeing the next series of the lower bracket. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in a few moments once again. Hello everyone and welcome
Snapdragon
to the
Elite
Snapdragon
Gaming,
Pro.
Monster Energy, and DHL.
And now we're back for the Snapdragon Pro Series for the Asphalt Legends Unite, as we're heading to our next lower bracket match. I'm Lethal. Joining me is D-Man once again here between Nemmy and Brain Not Found. Honestly, not too sure how to call this, but I don't know if you've seen any indicators earlier on in that quarterfinal previously in the other bracket to maybe see if it sways in any favour of one of his two drivers.
Yeah, Nemmy looked good to me. Nemmy looked good. You know, it was up against Jagermaster, who we saw obviously should have been in the finals, and he put in a decent performance, I think it's safe to say. So our first real showing in Nemmy, and I thought it was pretty close. Of all the first quarterfinals we saw in the upper bracket, I think Nemmy's probably was the most contested to Jagermaster. So let's see whether he can do it out against Brain Not Found. Brain Not Found himself obviously came up against Suchti, so a tough challenge for him. But yeah, I think Nemmy coming into this one representing Serbia has a lot to prove. Himalayas, Frozen Route, Rome, Tiber Stream, and San Francisco Tunnel Jam. So not the easiest of tracks, but not the hardest either. So we'll see whether it can separate the men from the boys.
Certainly will indeed. Frozen Route will be the first one on Himalayas. We know it could be a doozy at times. So I think that analogy you just used is probably perfectly sums how this could go at the very beginning of the series. But speaking of the series, we're going to get underway. Less chatter from us, more action here onto the track. And we're going to kick things off between Nemmy and Brain Not Found. Let's see who's going to take this first initial track here in this series. And I love that as well. Just trying to get away from that part of the car, so at least it's not going to cause any kind of mischief at the very beginning. But he's avoided the shenanigans and now got a healthy lead.
Yeah, Nemmy started things off, but you saw just a little barrel roll from Brain Not Found, both pretty much exhausting their boost. And this is the trickiest part, but it looks like it's going to be Nemmy that comes out with a nice little barrel roll in there. It can be risky. We've seen so many people make mistakes on that jump over the years. And as it is at the moment, Nemmy continuing on his path. Shockwave from Brain Not Found to kind of make up for his mistake almost there, which is why Nemmy, he used his own, got himself that small advantage. This is risky from Brain Not Found, comes out just about, uses the boost to straighten himself out, and continues to just about keep Nemmy in check here, but Nemmy is looking the more smoother of the drivers.
I'm surprised Brain Not Found has actually continued to keep this gap so close, because there's a few barrel rolls he's missed, there's a few nitros he could have managed to bag in terms of the aerial tactics he could have used, but still able to keep it competitive, which is a little bit of a shock to the system here. But we need to see some barrel rolls coming out on some of his straight jumps. Extremely important for Brain Not Found to be able to do that. Will he be able to? Let's find out on this next jump. Picks up the goal. Can I say he's going to go for it, and will he be able to? He does, just a small one, but managed to keep himself onto the track just barely, but still keeps him in closing distance here. And now we're trying to go for it again, but sadly just fumbles a tad trying to use that barrel roll on that straight jump. He's going over to the next one, but looks like this could be Nemmy's to take in this first track.
Yeah, looks like it. As he continues on, Brain Not Found, you know what? He's trying everything. He's trying just about everything, Nemmy! Nemmy wipes himself out. Brain Not Found, chance here. Will he manage to blast through to victory? Looks like he will. And an error from Nemmy. Oh my word, he had it in the bag. And Brain Not Found, just doing his business, comes out with the win.
My goodness, as if Nemmy did that towards the very end. We've been seeing it so much towards the end of the second lap. Normally we see it at the start of the first lap, and then we have to talk about what could occur in the next track. But my goodness, poor Nemmy wrecking towards the very end of that second lap, which means for Brain Not Found, this is his opportunity now. One more track win, he'll be able to guarantee himself a place in the top 6 bare minimum and another $100 in his pocket. But we're going to see it in a little bit, D-Man, in this replay with Nemmy making that mistake into the second lap surely.
Yeah. I mean, just look at Brain Not Found. Like, how is he getting away with some of this stuff? It's just about hanging in there. And that was it. As soon as Nemmy caught that, he knew he was in trouble. He just caught the side of that and just, wow. Unbelievable. I think Brain Not Found's basically just delighted. He's just been gifted a win there. But the Turkish driver, Brain Not Found, coming out with a win, which I think he was not expecting.
I don't think he was expecting it either. Yeah, there was a lot of barrel rolls he missed on some of those straight jumps, but he still was keeping it very competitive, which was a little bit surprising. And what a difference it would have made if he did get those barrel rolls on those straight jumps, because we'll be seeing it go neck and neck. There will be a lot more pressure onto Nemmy. And for Nemmy, failing on some of those jumps towards the end was a little bit curious as to what occurred. Obviously, we saw it happen, but that one missed place barrel roll on one of the previous jumps towards that downhill straight, and that second lap is going to cost him. It just went from bad to worse. As you saw, he was trying to use that double nitro to gain the speed once again, but lost complete momentum, and that was going to be it. As we know, with Himalayas, it can be a doozy of a track, and that was a clear example as to why.
Yeah, on to the Tiber Stream next as well in Rome, so can be a tricky track. We saw, I feel like this is one that Remy maybe raced Jagermaster on earlier, if I'm not mistaken. It was the one that he was pushing him on, maybe testing him. Brain Not Found raced on it. No, that's this right now.
We've seen a lot of this track though already. I think it's like the third time we've...
It was Nemmy Jagermaster, yeah. So it was the first race. I remember Nemmy was nudging Jagermaster, but Jagermaster just did a perfect race. So we saw Nemmy putting up a decent challenge for the first half of the lap against Jagermaster. So we know he's got it in him. We'll see how this pays off though, as once again they nudge each other coming into that jump, both catching it just about right. Nemmy with the lead comes out well, and Brain Not Found crashes.
Oh dear, yes, that's going to be at least a 2 to 3 second advantage here for Nemmy. So the shoe is on the other foot. But let's just make sure we don't crash this time, Nemmy, as we're going around this next bend. This is just trying to save up to go with the double nitro off that next jump. With the barrel roll, nicely done into the perfect nitro, using the 360 to get around this next bend and ready for the shockwave to get as much nitro management as possible and speed to finish off this first lap shortly.
Ooh, missing just about every bottle he could there, Nemmy. So, I do worry, right? And judging by, I'm purely basing this off our last race, that maybe gets a little overconfident and sort of just cruises to victory, because Brain Not Found is gaining. He is gaining a lot of ground here. This is far from a done deal.
He was keeping it competitive when he missed all those forward barrel rolls, which is a little bit of a surprise still, even when I think about it. And the fact that now he's hitting almost everything he can, this really could make a difference. And if he puts any pressure onto Nemmy, we'll have to see if Nemmy fumbles again. But a slight bump on Brain Not Found, and we'll have to see if he can try and close this gap further. But it looks like it's going to be Nemmy's to win, his to lose, as you could say, and could tie this up one apiece.
Yeah, Brain Not Found missed the barrel roll there. He clipped the building, so he ended up just doing a straight jump. Cost him a lot of boost, unfortunately, which gave Nemmy the real advantage. You can see him just about in the distance on Brain Not Found's screen, but Nemmy should have this one in the bag this time around. As I say, should, with the unforced error in the previous race. You've just got to make sure, as he's hitting the emotes, feeling very confident, Nemmy, this time around, as he does take it and squares up the series one apiece.
Yeah, we kept saying the keyword should after what happened last time, but it seems to be a little bit more of a comfortable victory. But Brain Not Found was still able to keep it a little bit competitive after that wreckage earlier on. So, because this is what may or may not have happened in this track. Sadly, it did happen to him at the very beginning, but fair play to him for trying to keep it as close as possible, but just could not close the gap anymore, as it's pretty standard here in the Asphalt esports scene if you're new to the competitive circuit. And if you're just joining us, welcome. We've actually passed the halfway stage in this tournament. We're starting things off with the lower bracket round 1 matches. We've already done all the upper bracket matches. We've got Future Flash waiting, sitting pretty in the grand finals with that 1-track advantage. And now we're getting through all the lower bracket matches. This is do or die time for all these players. And in this series between Nemmy and Brain Not Found, it's one apiece heading into the 3rd track. And Nemmy keeps himself alive after the slight fumble from the likes of Brain Not Found.
Yeah, so we move on to Greenland Fire and Ice as our final map. Can be a tricky one, there's no doubt about it. There is challenges, and we'll see whether that one will be... Actually, I'm looking at the wrong bracket. San Francisco Tunnel Jam is next. There we go. There we go. Thank you very much. Just pointing that one out. But yes, actually, it still stands. It can be a tricky one, and actually I would say it's even trickier than Greenland Fire and Ice, if anything. So Tunnel Jam, definitely a tougher track. So Nemmy, though, really should be 2-0 here. He obviously made that big error on the first track while he had it in the bag. There was no reason for that error at all. So it's really for him to keep focus, keep concentration, see if he can see this one out and pick himself up the win. And for Brain Not Found, honestly, nothing to lose, I feel, going into this one. He got very lucky. He got gifted a win in the first track. Obviously had an error in that start of that track, which is just, I hope that he wasn't playing in his mind still, and he's just sort of got that out of his brain. Okay, yeah, lost this one, move on to the next track. Simple as that.
That's what you got to do, though, isn't it? In these kind of high-pressure situations, just reset your mentality and then go into it. And we know that's why players like Alex, Future Flash, Jagermaster, Suchti are so good at what they do. And we're going to go into it now. It's going to be the final track in this best of 3 in the first lower bracket match, or the second lower bracket match in round number 1. It's Nemmy with a nice little lead here, but we'll see how long he maintains it for, as actually Brain Not Found is gaining a little bit of ground but doesn't get the additional barrel rolls like Nemmy had, which means that Nemmy will be able to get the shockwave, and Brain Not Found had to go for the perfect nitro into the double.
Yeah, didn't quite work out. Misses the bot once again as well. Brain Not Found, though, goes into the lower side, does manage to hit the spin, but means he misses the lower one. And again, just not quite connecting it all together, whereas Nemmy is. He's sort of hitting just about what he needs to, but Brain Not Found still doing a great job, taking his own lines, keeping Nemmy in check here. If he was to make any of those errors, which we know he can, he's there to pick up the pieces, and that's really on Nemmy now.
Certainly is indeed. 360 coming up for Brain Not Found, still very much behind him, trying to close him in the inside, but shockwave coming out from Nemmy to kind of dispute that. And now it's lap number 2, and if it's lap number 2 for Nemmy, it's going to feel like forever. It's going to feel like a lifetime for him to try and maintain this lead. Good shockwaves coming out from both these players. Brain Not Found just trying to get a little bit of nitro there from that previous truck as he was going past now around to this right angle and using the shockwave once again. He's not too far behind Nemmy still, not getting as many barrel rolls as previously though, as it's not going to do him any favours, but the double nitro coming out over the barrel is going to do himself justice here for Brain Not Found. Still trying to close the gap, but Nemmy's extended just a little bit.
Yeah, saw him hitting the shockwave as he went down the corner. Just used it just slightly ahead of Brain Not Found there, and you can see how much of an advantage he's gained from that, just having that extra boost. It's worked out wonders for Nemmy, and just about to conclude the race. Nemmy looking like he's going to go through. Can't really make an error on the final corner. There's nowhere to mess up.
Never say never. Never say never.
I mean, on a flat bit of circuit, I don't think he can make errors. Let's put it that way. No, and Nemmy will eventually close things out. He's going to move on to face off against RPM Alex. Really should have done it in 2 though.
Certainly should. At just under 1.5 seconds, not too shabby at all, and Nemmy's going to feel a lot more comfortable. I think the key word there is relieved, as that second lap, Brain Not Found kept it so competitive between the two. That second lap must have felt like a lifetime to him, but he's done extremely well to maintain the lead and not really show too many minor errors, in all fairness. You can see here during that first lap towards the end that Brain Not Found was really closing the gap, and great nitro management overall, but a few mistakes from Brain Not Found. We saw on a couple of occasions where he wasn't getting as many barrel rolls or 360 on some of the jumps in order to get the additional nitro required to potentially overtake Nemmy at a later time. But Nemmy will be your winner here in our first round of the lower bracket, and we'll be seeing him later on in his next matchup.
Yeah, so that's all the lower brackets done and dusted. It means we move on in the bracket stage into that second stage. It does mean that unfortunately Brain Not Found and Alpha are out. They collect themselves $100 though, so that's not too shabby for a quick night's work playing a game that you enjoy. Anyway, competitively, and not only that, they got to play some of the best in the world at the game, or certainly the best in Europe and Middle East and Asia and North Africa. So, I mean, actually, to be fair, you know what? Alpha did play the best in the world, because he played against Future Flash, who is the current champion, really. He obviously won in Gamescom and beat just about everyone there. So let's have a look at the bracket. As you can see, those two are now out. It does mean, though, that Zahed and Nemmy move forward to face off against Suchti, and Nemmy versus RPM Alex.
Yeah, Zahed and Nemmy playing against the big dogs now to find out how they stand, as they guarantee themselves top 6, which means they're at least $200 richer than they begin with. And now we'll find out what Zahed and Suchti can do next. And then Nemmy can have a little bit of a breather, a small break before he plays against RPM's very own Alex afterwards. But Alex is looking very good so far, and it's going to be quite worrying for these two, but I feel like Zahed, as we start things off, will probably be a better matchup. I feel like he really could put the pressure onto Suchti. Very little room for error between the two, especially against a player like Suchti, and that's exactly what's required. And the indicators we've seen in the previous matchups, I think Zahed could have the potential to cause an upset. We'll be finding out later on. But first, before we go to any of that, we will be going into a short break. But when we come back, we're going to continue the lower bracket matches, starting with Suchti versus Zahed. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in a few minutes once again.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover.
And we're back once again with the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt Legends Unite, and with my good friend D-Man once again here during up to find out who's going to be winning as the stories continue to unfold here, as we're now heading to the second round of the lower bracket matches, and we're going to be kicking things off with Suchti versus Zahed. And I think this is going to be a pretty close affair from what we've witnessed in the previous matchups.
Yeah, I think so. I think Suchti, though, looked pretty good earlier on. I mean, he made a few errors, but honestly, overall, Jagermaster looked solid who he came up against. So I think Suchti should be big favourite coming into this one. Zahed, obviously, a challenger. Definitely put it about. I mean, if you look at the seeding, Zahed is obviously the number 4 seed coming into this. So certainly up there. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Suchti was number 3. Yes, he was. So very close in the seedings. Both qualified in the same vein, the same way. So tracks today for this in the lower bracket: US Midwest Transcontinental Race, Cairo 1000 Minarets, and Shanghai Pudong Rise. So very open last track. Cairo 1000 Minarets is actually pretty open, and I mean, in fairness, I would say the first track's probably the trickiest, but overall relatively safe tracks. It's all about the drivers.
You are damn right indeed. Suchti versus Zahed kicking things off now, and this for a place in the top 4. Continuing on forward here for Suchti with a slight lead, and Zahed looking to try and be on his tail, and he certainly is. Directly behind him, a slight bash there, which means Zahed can clearly overtake him, and this is great for the momentum now pushing forward. Just going over some of these jumps, a good 360s coming out from Zahed into the tunnels with the perfect nitro, and Suchti now, how is he going to claw his way back?
Yeah, great break turn as well from Zahed. That break nitro hitting exactly where he needed to. Suchti, though, responding, trying to catch up, goes heavy on the spins there, does manage to get control, hits himself the jump as well. and controls it nicely. You can see he's got that shockwave built up. He should have the boost. Drops down low, tries to go for the risky maneuver. Let's see if it pays off. Should be ahead, and he is, as he just manages to get himself that lead over Zahed, both hitting the shockwave. Nice movement there from Suchti.
After that error from Suchti, it's incredible his skill with the lines he's been taking, but Zahed is going to try and overtake her with the shockwave, and he manages to do so. A slight
down in the track,
fumble, but is able to stay on band, stay onto the track, which is the main thing. But the 360s are coming out again, aerial from Zahed. But look at this, Suchti's directly behind him, has to 360 in order to try and get a bit more nitro to overtake it, but overtakes him anyway, trying to get into the inside lane now and could shockwave straight through into the tunnels.
I love that though. Just took this perfect line. Didn't need a brake nitro to get around that corner. Risky stuff here from Zahed, and he goes straight into the wall. You could see it was a dangerous maneuver. If it had paid off, it absolutely would have capitalized on it, but it puts him down low, puts him out, and Suchti will have this one, the first track in the bag.
He could have used a double nitro to keep himself steady and using that durability to continue into the tunnel, but would he have overtaken him? I don't think so. He needed to shockwave into that, and he did it perfectly. Just clipped aside before entering the tunnel. Very unfortunate, but my goodness, that was ferocious. What a way to start this to start this series. But if that's going to be similar to what these remaining two tracks are going to be, then I'm all for it. Certainly all for it.
Yeah, very tight between both drivers. And Suchti representing Germany up against the Turkish driver Zahed. Really nice maneuver from Suchti, just taking that dive down low, cutting the inside, and then you saw the challenge from Zahed sort of coming. Didn't quite pay off there. He seemed a little bit rattled from there on out. Beautiful corner in here from Suchti, and this is where the mistake came in. Just riding it a little too heavy, straight into the edge of the tunnel.
Yeah, of course, you could see that he was trying to not land onto the curb and was just trying to land onto the track, but the lack of durability from the shockwave, that's a great example of it, and that's why people will prioritize the double nitro, but he had to use the shockwave. There was no way he would have been able to walk that back with the double nitro on its own. Yes, sure, he landed on the track safely and securely, but there was not really much else he could have done for the rest of the remaining part of that lap in order to then secure victory in the first track, which is perfectly understandable. But before we get into the second track, make sure you follow us on our socials. It's at ESL Mobile and at ESL_mobile on our Instagram. And don't forget, we do have a $100 gift card to give away to you guys at home. All you need to do, something so simple, takes a couple of minutes, fill in our survey, which is esl.gg/survey. And not only that, see, look, I'm just giving stuff away to you guys. Just giving. That's all we do. And the next one and the last one will be our codes. We'll have codes coming up throughout the course of the broadcast around just this centre here in the bottom centre. So if you see it, call it, let your friends and family know, and everyone else there who plays Asphalt Unite Legends, and you can get plenty of swag in game.
There we go. We all good. I love that coming soon. It should have a TM at the end of it as well, I feel. But we're going into the track once again. Zahed in the yellow and Suchti in the silver. Suchti just taking himself the lead there. They're kind of testing one another's nerve at the start. Zahed not going for the jump though, whereas Suchti just taking it all. Shockwave, and away he goes, and it has built him an almighty lead.
It certainly has, and Zahed took a lot of risks, if I'm not really mistaken, over the last 15 seconds, and you saw, oh my goodness, the aerials he got just then, the barrel rolls he managed to achieve during that shockwave was crazy, and he's trying to go over the curve, and he does manage to, which means he's going to get a lot more nitro and should be able to close this gap.
Let's see if it pays off for him. You can see Suchti is certainly no slouch, and he's going to realise that he is being gained on. The mini-map showing exactly what he needs to boost from Zahed, but Suchti holds onto it and then hits that shockwave on the straight. Knew exactly what he wanted. You can see Zahed did gain a little bit of ground, but certainly not anywhere near enough. Tries a different route, tries to go out wide, not really working out. Can he hit the spin? Instead goes for the shockwave. As you see, Suchti already over the line, got himself at least a 2-second lead so far.
And later on in this lap, Zahed is definitely going to have to go underneath that bridge in order to gain
he missed it.
a bit more. Yeah, Sandy, that was extremely crucial. Has the shockwave to go into the tunnel, mind you, but Suchti, with a couple of second lead, is just gaining ground more and more as time develops here in this second track.
Yeah, running out of track, running out of time. Suchti not taking any risks this time around. He is making sure this race is done and dealt with in 2. And that's exactly what he wanted. You can see just blasting towards that finish line. So he's gaining ground, but only ever so slightly. Just not quick enough. Not enough time. Not enough turns. And Suchti should have this one in the bag any second. You can see so he's using just every bit of boost he can get, but just not enough in the tank, I'm afraid.
No, sadly not. Suchti is going to be taking this one, and we'll be seeing him later on in the lower bracket semi-finals. So he's booked his ticket to a top 4 placement. Sadly for Zahed, he will be going home, but not empty-handed, as he will have a couple of $100 to his name. Congratulations to him. I still think he's a phenomenal player, and we are certainly going to see him at another event. If it's an open finals or another tournament just in general, we will definitely see him again in the Asphalt esports scene. So again, like I said, congratulations, but well played Zahed for really putting up a great performance in the Snapdragon Pro Series open finals for Asphalt Unite Legends.
Yeah, just, I mean, he'll be a little annoyed with himself probably from the previous series where he made that unforced error and made it go to 3 tracks. It should have been done in 2. This time around, though, he's come up against a Suchti who's really seems to be on it tonight. Obviously, was only stopped by Jagermaster earlier on. We'll see if he can continue further on in this tournament, because he is looking pretty strong right now. He's going to be up against the winner of Alex versus Nemmy, who will be the next race. But yeah, looking solid so far for Suchti.
It certainly is, and I expected nothing short, really, from him as we head into the bracket. If you're just joining us, how dare you not come in now? But actually, do you know what? You're probably coming at a good time, because we're now at the later stages of this tournament, as we do have one more match for Alex versus Nemmy, and then it's the final 4 to see who's going to take it here in the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt Legends Unite Open Final Season 6. It's incredible how many seasons we've had so far, and thank you to everyone at ESL and the Snapdragon Pro Series for putting this event on each and every time. It's always an incredible feat to see all these players duke out against each other in this tournament. But RPM Alex, we'll be seeing him very soon, or it will be the next series actually, against Nemmy, and then the winner of that will be playing against Suchti, etc., and Jagermaster and Future Flash. Just waiting on the sidelines at the moment, D-Man. But first, though, before we get into our next matchup, we are going to go for another short break. Then when we come back, we'll continue the lower bracket run, so don't go anywhere. back again for the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt Legends Unite with me, D-Man, as always, and we're going to get into the nitty-gritty very soon with the final four, but we need one more player to get into that lower bracket semi-finals, and it's going to be very exciting to see how things are going to go in this next matchup, D-Man.
Yeah, what is it? Really a $200 race. Effectively, Alex up against Nemmy here. See who can break into that top four. Alex, well, I got a feel that he should have been maybe there in the certainly upper bracket finals, if not the grand finals itself, after his performance versus Future Flash. Really looked solid, and it was a error that he made that put him down here in the end, and Future Flash took victory there. US Midwest Canyon launch, we just saw how tricky that can be. Rome Tiber Stream and Himalayas Frozen Route coming up. US Midwest Canyon launch, we just saw that track just a second ago, and obviously saw how treacherous that can be. Poor old Zahed going out against the wall there. And yeah, I mean, it's a tough track. It's as simple as that. Alex obviously raced this on this one earlier on as well. Nemmy, the young up-and-comer, I think it's safe to say, up against the veteran in RPM Alex.
Certainly is a veteran with his wealth of experience on this game, and Alex, great straight barrel roll there, and it's nice to see more people doing that now going into this. It's risk is to be made, and the jump isn't made for Alex there, but Nemmy just managed to hold his ground, and they're both going across the canyon here onto this next jump. Shockwave coming out for both these players, and a ferocious start from both these players.
Yeah, Nemmy, risky stuff, but Alex is cruising ahead at the moment. Looking pretty solid as we now go into sort of a more open section, somewhat less risky section. You've still got to be aware of the traffic potential problems, as Alex actually clattered the wall quite heavily there. Not really sure it's exactly what he wanted. That's bought Nemmy a little bit of time to sort of gain on him once again. You can see very much in his rear view mirrors right now as Nemmy continues on to try and catch, but it's Alex in the lead as we start the second lap.
A couple bumps over the last 10 seconds from Alex, which is going to help Nemmy a little bit to close this gap by a small margin. Second lap now for both these players, as literally not too far apart. It looks like Nemmy didn't even go for the jump, let alone go for the straight barrel roll, which was a little bit surprised. But that's going to definitely cost him here as he's now going across,
Alex
but managed to get the jump.
I mean, Alex just seems to be doing right in the rail and then doing nothing. But it paid off for him. I was confused. He was making no move, made no attempt to go for the jumps or anything. So whether he's in like ultra safe mode there, but I mean, it's paid off for him. Nemmy's definitely Nemmy was the one that was throwing the kitchen sink, trying everything he can, and kind of didn't really work out for him. So maybe the take your hands off and just let it ride for a straight line worked out for Alex, it seems.
It certainly did, and Alex still with a commanding lead as he continues forward onto this next portion of the track. Not really too long to go now, but Alex should be able to secure this without too many issues here as he's going over this next jump with the double nitro, and he's going to be finishing up quite nicely here, D-Man, and this is probably what we expected. Nemmy put on a good effort as well, only falling short by 2.67 seconds. So again, we'll have to see how he continues forward. Sorry, 2.067 seconds. But in the end, no, it doesn't matter. Alex will be on top in track number one. And this is very important. That first jump with the straight barrel roll is crucial to gain that lead. And we saw there Alex with a couple of bashes, but apart from that, not really too much to write home about.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the corner that goes into the tunnel. You got to hit that precise spot. We've seen people wiping out on there quite a few times as well. But RPM Alex taking himself a relatively comfortable first win there. Didn't really look back from leading from the start, so solid win from him. He's looking good tonight, I gotta say. I'm hoping for a bit of a run across the lower bracket here from Alex, because he's looking solid overall. It does mean we move on to the second track, of course, which is Rome Tiber Stream. We've seen it multiple times tonight already. We know just how it is. Nemmy just raced on this a moment ago in the lower bracket round one. Up against Brain Not Found, and he looks pretty solid throughout that. However, he did make an unforced error, remember, but it wasn't capitalized on. Don't expect to get away with that against Alex.
Yeah, you certainly won't indeed. And yeah, Alex looking to be in pole position to grab a spot into the top 4, which wouldn't be too much of a surprise. But Nemmy's putting in a good showing so far. He's put a lot of effort in to try and keep this competitive, and he has done. He's done a great job with his performance and the lines he's been able to show, and his nitro management on top of that. Just a little bit more gas to the pedal required in order to overtake Alex. And will he be able to? We could be finding out now in this second track. And remember, guys, it's for an extra couple of $100 on top of what they already have, and a spot in the final 4. Nemmy now with a good lead. Let's see if he can maintain it. Now, as I say, man, Alex just manages to get in front of him. Both of them in the 360. How on earth they haven't wrecked each other yet is going to be another story. But because Alex was able to do those multiple 360s across, he's probably got a little bit more nitro, as Nemmy is just knocking at the door.
Oh, defensive spins almost coming out from Alex there. Tries to go inside, both taking different lines, but it's Alex that comes out on top. Very tight start, though, this time around. We talked about it, didn't we, Nemmy, against Jagermaster, how tight it was on Tiber Stream last time out, but Nemmy seems to just fall away a little bit on the second half of the track here, and Alex is doing just the same as we saw with Jagermeister. Just has that extra bit of knowledge, extra bit of gift somehow to find that little bit more time. Let's see if it continues that way. Looked like Alex clattered into something which slowed him down a bit there as Nemmy continues to be in his rearview mirror.
Certainly does, and he actually gained a lot more momentum from that previous jump in comparison. And you can see Nemmy's looking to try and overtake, and he's going to now prioritise the 360s as he's going mid-air, and he's going to continue his 360s as well. Great amount of nitro gained and keeping that speed as well. And Alex needs to be extremely cautious now, be wary of the situation, because he's hot on his tail.
Absolutely, any mistake here will cost him. Nemmy trying to stay with him. One goes high, one goes low. They're neck and neck. Alex just about clips him. Nemmy tries to go for the inside. Not going to work out. Alex holding on. Both hit the shockwave just at the right time. 80%, just 20% to go here. And Alex just a little nudge onto Nemmy. Nemmy tries to go on the inside. Let's see the shockwave. Nemmy has to hit the 360 to avoid being wiped out there as they go into the jump. Final 10 minutes to 10% to go here. Alex holding the lead. They're both hitting the shockwave. Now, will he make a mistake? Will he come down on top? It's Alex that goes over the line. Just about, but look at that. 2/10 between them. And Nemmy, well, we know he's got it about him, but really put a test on Alex there on the final track. But it's Alex that will go through 2-0.
Goodness me, Nemmy just testing these players' mental. It was crazy, but it will be Alex who close out the series 2-0. And he's probably quite thankful about that, considering how just a great performance Nemmy has been showing for the entirety of his competition. But sadly for him, he will be going home, but will be going home with a couple of $100 in the bank. And I'm sure we'll be seeing him once again in the Asphalt esports scene in the future. So we'll play to Nemmy, but sadly his run is over, and Alex will be continuing forward and will be part of the final 4.
Yeah, side-by-side racing. You love to see it. Look at that. The dual slides. Left, right. Didn't know which way was going to come out on top, but in the end, Alex just about maintained his lead there in Rome, and that will take him through to what has been a battle for the ages many times over the Snapdragon series. Alex, and now up against RPM Suchti. What used to be RPM Suchti a long time ago. Hasn't held that clan tag for quite a while now, though.
It's been great, though, to see some of these players who haven't been, I wouldn't say too involved in the Asphalt esports scene, but we haven't seen them too much in the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals and other competitions as well in the Asphalt scene. And the fact that we've seen players like Nemmy and Zahed really giving a good showing and putting on a great performance. They're knocking on the door. They're literally headbutting that skill ceiling. And once they've broken through, that's where we could one day see them in the final 4 future tournaments. And as you can see so far, Future Flash just sitting there waiting in the grand finals, eager to see who will be up against. But it will be Suchti versus RPM Alex. The final 4 concludes with both the top 2 iOS players and the top 2 Android players we normally get before the release of Unite. But now with Asphalt Legends Unite, we can see all 4 of them go at it once again. And honestly, super excited to see how this is going to turn out between these 4.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a lot of new faces tonight. I love to see that, but it's the same old 4 once again as we reach the tail end of the tournament. Suchti versus Alex. It's a battle we haven't really seen because obviously one's always been iOS, one's always been Android. You know, they kind of both represented RPM at one point. So it was kind of like when RPM dominated all the Snapdragon Pro series in all sorts of ways and life. But very interested to see how this one's going to go off. Sort of the old guard facing off against one another. I love to see it.
Exactly that. And I know you guys at home want to get straight into lower bracket semi-finals. I do as well. But we need to get the players all set up and prepared, so that means we'll be going for a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to kick things off between Alex and Suchti, so don't go anywhere. And we're back at it again for the Snapdragon Pro Series here for Asphalt Legends Unite. And now down to the final four as we're going to continue on in the lower bracket, as it will be the lower semi-finals between Suchti and Alex. And we've spoken a little about it before, D-Man, where, you know, these four players, by now it will be the grand finals between each of them in Android and iOS. But thanks to Asphalt Legends Unite, we don't have to worry about that anymore. We can now see them go up against each other, and I'm very excited to see the outcome of what is going to occur now, starting things off between Alex and Suchti.
Yeah, I wonder how the players feel. Like, I'd love to be able to get a word with them. I don't know whether you managed to speak to them much at Gamescom. I know it can tends to be a bit of a crazy time and, you know, casting areas sometimes in different places. But yeah, I'd love to know their thoughts on it now that obviously they do get this crossplay, because for years some of these guys have been at the very top of their field, be it on Android or iOS, and now they're sort of all forced to mix and match with one another. You know, some may have even gone to Android to avoid iOS, I'm just saying. Greenland Fire and Ice, the first track, into Osaka, Industrial Revolution, Cairo, to round things off. This may well go all three tracks. I think this one could be very tight, although Alex does look like he's in good form tonight overall, although we saw him obviously pressured on Rome there in the Tiber stream. So, but Suchti also looked like he's very workmanlike earlier on. So let's see how this one goes. A battle, both of these, of course, been on their respective platforms for very many years. Both have been champions. Actually, it's not true. Alex has not been a champion, although it feels like he has because he's been there so many times.
Yeah, he's had multiple podium finishes, but we're going to see if we can add another to the tally, but maybe even back first place. We'll have to see later on. But so far, though, both these players are absolute loggerheads, neck and neck, and Alex just trying to close this gap, and he has done a little bit, only by a couple of tenths of a second now, and Suchti's doing extremely well right now, maintaining this lead. Good nitro management here, and managed to use that shockwave extremely well and efficiently on that last jump with the barrel roll.
Yeah, Suchti just looking clean at the moment. Alex keeping him in check, though. Pretty much like for like in terms of lines that they're taking, and even where they're boosting and spinning. You can see exactly why these two have been around in the scene for so long. Just a little sneak in the inside there for Suchti has kind of paid off a little bit for him, as Alex just went a little wide on the corner, clattered a little bit too much in the debris. Both hit the shockwave, looking good so far, but Suchti is Alex with an error there. Alex with an error. I think that's given Suchti the chance he needs to get himself a solid lead.
It will do indeed. Alex needed to do that, and it was required in order to gain enough nitro to then try and overtake Suchti. But you're right, this could cost him, but it's all in Suchti's hands now if he decides to create an unforced error, a major error, considering the circumstances now, as he's at least a few seconds ahead. And look at Suchti just not laying down at all in the slightest. Just continue on the warpath here. Shockwave now going into this narrow gap into the next jump with the double nitro. And this is looking to be a victory here for Suchti, but I'm just going to wait yet because we've seen some crazy things so far. We've seen a 360 come out of this part of the track, actually in particular by one of the players, and actually slowed himself down way too much, and that's one of the upper bracket semi-final matches early on. But no, it looks like Suchti will be the one to maintain his lead, continue on forward with that consistency, and he'll be the one taking it against Alex, and he'll be winning the first track in this series. Remember, guys, it is a best of 3 still.
Yeah, just a small clip on the inside there from Suchti at the end there. I was like, oh, he's all right, but he was all right. But so Suchti taking the first victory in the battle of iOS versus Android, the battle of the veterans, effectively. It all sort of started to go wrong from the very beginning for Alex. Just that small, subtle differences that Suchti was making, and then just a few little bits and pieces where Alex is just sort of clattering a few bits and bobs where he really didn't need to. Here he goes a bit wide and clatters a few extra things, whereas Suchti's line was so much more cleaner. There you saw Alex just catching right in the rail a little, and not in a good way either, hitting it in the wrong place. Obviously didn't wipe him out, but you know, did enough to slow him down a fair amount there. So Suchti takes himself the first victory with I think it was close to a 3-second lead in the end there as well, if I'm not mistaken. So moving on to Osaka Industrial Revolution, this is a big chance for Suchti here to close it out too.
And we know what Greenland Fire and Ice is like. It could be your best friend or your worst enemy. And the first part of that track, every single time on both laps, is going to make or break the situation. Sadly for Alex, it was going to break it. But we're going to head into the second track very shortly now. And Suchti, that was quite a commanding lead. And what we also have is another code, of course. So anyone at home with their devices or PC or any platform you wish to desire, make sure you redeem that code to get some free in-game swag. And don't worry, we're still going to have a few more codes to come, so just make sure you stay on the broadcast, because if you miss a code or two, you know, don't tell me I told you so. You know, it's tough. It's one of those things. Or maybe someone might be nice enough to remember the code and slam it in chat for you in case you've forgotten it. I don't know how long the code lasts for, but if I was in your position, I would get that code in straight away, because the sooner the better, just in case you miss out on any of that free merchandise in game. But going back into it though, Suchi's looking extremely good. I think his lines were a little bit better, even though Alex did falter on the first part of that second lap, but he had to do it. Let's be honest, risks are sometimes required, and it just didn't work in his favour. But Osaka, let's find out exactly how things are going to go with Alex in that inside lane now going to that first jump.
Yeah, Suchti not having any thoughts of challenging there either, just letting Alex take that line, knowing he'd be behind a little bit from the start. So kind of an expected route, but let's see. Can be a tricky track in sections, relatively open. Of course, as I mentioned, you know, the big corner, this little underground section, of course the bollard there in the middle. Not bollard, it's a concrete pillar. And then, of course, this corner, we've seen some taking some beautiful lines around there. Pretty even between the two drivers so far, as we would expect. And almost poetic style, seeing them both sliding in unison around the corners. As we come to close out the first lap, of course, we saw the Zahed making an error in just a few moments' time. Everybody hitting the spins there. Suchti raced this track earlier on, didn't need to do that, wasn't under pressure. This time you see him, Suchti just about hanging on.
Made sure to stay in the inside a little bit more this time so he doesn't risk going off the track. As you rightly mentioned, we saw it earlier in the previous series, but keeping it extremely tight-knit here as Alex needs to be on guard and be quite wary of his surroundings here as he can't to play safe, but he actually bashed quite a bit towards the side, so he has to use the shockwave to kind of bring that momentum back in terms of mileage. And my goodness, it is honestly too close to call. Suchti, slightly better lines, both of them using that shockwave here to get around this next bend.
Yeah, if anything, Suchti obviously hit him directly in the back, so that was almost gave Alex the jolt that he needed. And again, he just did the same thing. So obviously you can't pass him if you're hitting him, nudging him in the back there. Not going to make any errors that way. And now it's all on the spins. Can they manage to land this? Can Alex just finish out the track, close out? One last little jump, goes the inside line, almost too much on the inside line! And he wrecks just about at the end, but he'd already got over the line. And I'll tell you what, he was tight. He was tight there. So 8.8 between the two. And Alex, oh my word. Oh my word. But I tell you what, we're all tied. Yeah, I mean, I thought once he took that inside line and bounced off the inner barrier, I was waiting for it to bounce him on the far side. But luckily, it already took him over the line.
Goodness me, that was close, yeah. And there was a couple of occasions you could see clear as day, and everyone at home was Suchti trying to overtake Alex, but
there's the error.
Barging him in the back wasn't helping at all. And yeah, it's not really a portion or an area of the track which we see players really fumble on, which is a little bit
it means pressure. Completely, here you go. This is what I thought.
Absolutely.
And then he hits the outside, but luckily he just got over the line there, so whoo.
My goodness.
Tight.
There we go. Yeah, every single track has been quite tight so far, and Alex does come out with a win, but I think a lot of us did expect this to go to all three tracks. I think it would have been a little bit shock to the system if we saw a clean sweep from either two. So there's a bit of pressure that's going to be on here. This is for a spot in the podium finish here. This is a spot to get into the lower bracket finals against Jagermaster, who's just sitting here waiting, keeping his eyes open to see who's going to be the one playing against him. And as you can see, Greenland Fire and Ice goes in Suchti's favour. Alex managed to win Osaka, and now we're off to Cairo for Ancient Wonders.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the 2-0s are out of the way now. We're done and dusted with the easy path. Everyone is a tough competitor from here on out. As we move on, obviously Jagermeister waiting for the winner of this. It's going to be tough in itself. But yeah, we move it over to Cairo. And this is too close to call, honestly. I mean, Suchti's looking good right now for me. But Alex, you know... He made an error. It almost cost him. He got away with it. Let's see if he can ride his luck through in this final track.
Yeah, Suchti has looked a little bit better in terms of how refined his lines have been and his nitro management, but let's see if Alex can now not only grab this lead, but trying to keep it and put a halt to Suchti like he did on Osaka. And we'll find out now shortly as Alex with half a second lead at the moment, going up to the next jump with the double nitro, looking very solid with the 360s, now going underneath the bridge into the boxes to get a little bit more nitro. Shockwave over that jump, and is looking pretty clean from what we've witnessed.
Yeah, not bad from Alex so far. He's got himself a decent lead overall. Hits himself the bottle exactly where he needs to, gets himself the full shockwave, away he goes. Up and over, hits the spin exactly like he needed, goes down low. Oh, and Suchti, that has not gone well, and that should give Alex a real clean chance at a victory here.
Certainly could do. Alex has been looking phenomenal in this first lap. This is what we wanted to see him in the last two tracks, but he has been very consistent, don't get me wrong. Just a couple of minor errors that almost cost him, but it did in that first track earlier in Greenland Fire and Ice. But Alex, though, looking to be in pole position here to get into that lower bracket final and secure a top 3 place, a podium finish, as you could say. And Alex is going to be feeling pretty damn relieved considering Suchti made that huge error early on.
Look, this is a battle that's sort of probably gone on verbally for a long time between these two, like one on the iOS, one on the Android. Who's the better driver? While Alex, is coming out on top today. It certainly doesn't settle the deal, but you know what? Today, the bragging rights go the way of RPM, and Alex, the veteran, comes out on top. Suchti will go out in 4th place in the tournament. Certainly nothing to be sniffed at with the competition, you know, and any normal day in any other asphalt, that would be a 2nd place finish. But right now, right here in Unite, it is simply a 4th place because the top podium places are really hard contested. RPM Alex with, I think, what would feel a very nice victory, I think, for them there. I think he's going to be feeling good tonight.
Yeah, I think Alex will be satisfied with a top 3 finish. We know that competition is going to be a lot more tougher, considering now it's completely cross-platform. Everyone's against everyone. No separate platforms here this time round, and ever again, actually, as we're now going to be sticking with this with Asphalt Legends Unite. And yeah, my goodness, that was literally a $400 race, and Alex clutched it. And I kind of feel like that was probably one of the best tracks in terms of performance I've witnessed from him since the tournament has begun. So we will be seeing RPM's Alex going into the lower bracket final against Jagermaster very shortly.
Yeah, as you say, $400 going the way of Suchti for tonight's performance. 4th place finish for him. It's going to be bittersweet, I think, safe to say, after some of the performances put in tonight. So, especially with picking up the first victory as well. So, you know, solid performance from Alex overall. We saw him earlier on against Future Flash. Honestly, I feel he should have beaten Future Flash in those races. It was a mistake that Alex made. So here we go. Down to that lower right-hand corner. Jagermeister versus RPM Alex. Both Jagermeister and RPM Alex took tracks of Future Flash earlier on, and both really should have won those races. Alex made a mistake. Jagermeister made a mistake. They were both in the lead. It should have been 2-0. Ended up going 2-1 in the end, and Future Flash finds himself the grand finalist with a track advantage. The question is, who will face him there? We're on to the podium positions. You know, it's a $800 race effectively now. $1,200 for the next place up, and then $2K on that final step. Who's going to be the one there? Tough one to call for me. Tough one to call, honestly. Jagermeister coming into this, obviously, as the Android champion, has been the Android champion for a long time. RPM Alex, don't think they've ever faced each other. I mean, I would have to double check Gamescom to see exactly who faced who. From what I can remember, Jagermeister went out fairly early, didn't he, in that competition? So, yeah, honestly, tough one to call. Make sure keep viewing, guys. We've got a break coming up, but you're not going to want to miss this. What is effectively lower bracket grand final.
Exactly. I kind of feel like any one of these 3 players could have made it to the grand final from what we witnessed and the performance they've been shown. It's been ridiculous. But I'm not going to keep you guys waiting any longer, as we do have a short break. But when we come back, we will have the lower bracket final between Jagermeister and Alex. So don't go anywhere, as we're back in a few more minutes once again.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And we're back again with the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt Legends Unite competition here for the Open Finals Season 6. Joining me is D-Man as always, and what a time to be alive here. We've got the lower bracket finals, we've got Alex versus Jagermaster, and this is where you get a nice hefty bit of change here. We've already upped towards the $400 mark, and now this is going to be for at least $800 no matter what. And then we've got the $1,200, which is what they're going to be playing for. And of course, the top spot, which is going to be the $2,000. Future Flash currently sitting pretty in the grand finals, waiting for either Alex or Jagermeister to come through to greet him. But my goodness, this is going to be a close affair indeed. Extremely excited to see how this is going to go between these two juggernauts.
Yeah, Jagermeister, third place finish actually at Gamescom. So apologies to him, he didn't go. I mean, he lost an early battle, but he came back and he's a warrior as always. Whereas RPM Alex, you know, veteran of the scene, but never the winner. Never the winner. Last time we were at Gamescom together, he was second on the stage there as well. We really felt for him. He's got to be honest. Buenos Aires Stadium Lap to start things off. San Francisco Tunnel Jam and Rome Tiber Stream. Some very consistent maps we've seen all through the night. If you've been with us all the way through, thank you very much for keeping with the Snapdragon Pro Series. It has been a stalwart supporter of Asphalt for many a year now. So, and has brought some fantastic action throughout. But yeah, iOS versus Android, it's all possible with Asphalt Unite now. So we love to see that.
We certainly do indeed, and honestly, I do not know how this is going to go. Jagermaster has been looking very good, don't get me wrong, he's been looking very solid, some really well-refined lines and great nitro management overall, but let's see if it can continue to bring that to the table, as Alex now can be looking to try and push him out of that jump, but it's not going to be the case, as Jagermaster does get a little bit more speed there, and as well as additional 360s to get a slightly earlier shockwave. Alex is not too far behind him, but the great thing is that no wreckage occurred.
No. I like a feisty start like that, though. Ooh, Alex just clipped the wall at the end there, managed to recover well with a 360. That's what I love to see about these veteran players. You see them make a mistake, and then you see them make that recovery from it almost instantaneously. Not an area would have obviously ordinarily gone for that, but it paid off for him. Jagermeister, though, goes up on high, hitting just about all the boosts he can, and it's paying off for him as he's slowly but surely gaining a lead.
So it is indeed Alex just trailing behind, trying to catch up, gets a good inside edge there, almost wrecked, but he's going to be fine for now with the shockwave now using double nitro after that last jump. Still about half a second behind, both players using that shockwave to go this next jump.
He's got no time. There's such a short lapse on this track, and Alex is just falling too far behind. He needs Jagermeister to make a mistake now. I mean, you're inside, I think it's like a 50-second lap, isn't it, on this track? It's such a short track overall, and there's just no time left for Alex here. Jagermeister looking to have this one already wrapped up in a bow in the first track, and yeah, Alex just fell out of sort. Doesn't seem to have a rhythm going really, if I'm honest.
And after that last wreck he just did going outside the track, that's going to absolutely confirm it.
Yeah.
And there we have it, Jagermeister with a smooth victory here. The start of it was a little bit, a little bit dangerous, I think is probably the safe way to put it. But in the end, Jagermeister was able to maintain the lead, and not only that, extend it by quite a large margin, as you can see, over 3.5 seconds. That is ridiculous. And this is where we need to see a lot more from Alex going to the second track. And as we know, we mentioned before, he's got the veteran experience and wealth of knowledge in this game to be able to produce that. The question is, can he distribute it into the second and third track? If it goes to the third track, that's going to be another story in itself. But Jagermaster up already in this series, 1-0.
Yeah, and so looking strong. I feel like he's going to be kicking himself. I mean, honestly, we said that both of these should have really challenged Future Flash in their respective rounds, and Jagermeister looking absolutely dominant in the first track there. So it moves us over to San Francisco Tunnel Jam. Lots of room for errors here. We'll see whether Jagermeister can keep it clean. If he can, you've got to fancy him going into that final after what he did against Future Flash earlier on. It was his mistake that cost him a place. It's his mistake that put him here in the lower bracket finals. Same could be said for Alex, but on an earlier stage, whereas Jagermeister, you know, he's a champion of many times. So, you know, he's got that champion winning mentality. He's going to want to be in that final right now.
He certainly will do indeed. And Jagermeister looks to be the better player too, could maybe take down Future Flash from what we've seen from the previous series and the previous tracks performed by both his players. We need to see a little bit more from Alex. I think the last track we saw in the series against Suchti was very good. Maybe he's more track dependent now, we'll have to see. But Alex now, this is his last chance to keep himself in this competition to take it into track number 3. If not, Jagermeister will be heading over to the grand finals. And look at this, it's feisty between the two, and it is getting feisty. Both of them fighting to try and get in that first jump. They both get over anyway, but it's Alex who's going to be in front, but Jagermeister is going to try and overtake him if he can. Will he be able to? Yes, he does, but Alex does have the inside lane, tries to clip him, but my goodness, Jagermeister manages to shockwave just before Alex could clip him, and now it's going to be Alex falling behind, but got a lot of nitro from that last jump with the barrel rolls.
Yeah, he just had to dodge inside to avoid the truck, which is what where the slowdown really sort of came from. Just having to make some evasive action, so that we could have cost him a lot more, but still far from done deal here as we continue on in the wake of Jagermeister on Alex's screen. Using after that boost as we come towards the line here for the first lap. Jagermeister in the lead. Let's see as we enter the tunnel once again. There is a big old traffic jam, but they just fly over the top of it. We saw them touching earlier on, but this time it's much cleaner, and Jagermeister just continues to slowly but surely stretch his legs a little bit here. Now, I want to say, I'm almost certain this is the track where he made the mistake against Future Flash on the corner. So just keep your eye on this. Jagermeister has to be consistent to secure his victory 2-0 into the grand final.
Certainly does indeed. It's not as heavily contested as it was at the very beginning, but RPM Alex is putting on a lot better showing. But Jagermeister, consistency is certainly paying off. Great barrel rolls coming out, so he's going to get the shockwave straight away as he goes around this next corner. And it's just a matter of time here. Jagermeister could be winning this outright 2-0 as he managed to get that gold canister and get around the corner to use the shockwave to finish things up. And that is going to be it. Jagermeister will be seeing him in the grand finals. And commiserations to Alex. He's put on a stellar performance throughout the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt Legends Unite Open Finals, but he'll be finishing in 3rd place with $800. So nice bit of cash for him in his back pocket, but it was here which is the make or break situation. Both of them heavily contested in this jump over the trucks, and Alex, even though he got the lead, Jagermeister was able to get the inside edge with the shockwave to get across to use that 360, and then the shockwave straight afterwards. Goodness me, that was close.
Yeah, but honestly, Jagermeister looking good, looking really good here to go into the finals, you know, and I feel it's right to be probably quite aggrieved that he's, you know, got to this stage. He should have beat Future Flash. He was there. He should have that one track advantage, but instead he's now going to be approaching this grand final one track down versus Future Flash. He's got a lot of work to do here.
He certainly does, but Jagermeister, I did say earlier on after that first track that he seems to be the better driver in terms of his refinements, and it seems to be showing it. Just, you know, a few less shenanigans here and there he may be able to get away with, but it was too close to call at the very beginning. I was waiting for one of the players to give each other way in order to go towards that first jump, but they were having absolutely none of it. And the fact that Alex was the one kind of instigating it sometimes, and he's the one who's, you know, on the pedestal, like he's only got this last track potentially, and he's completely out and still taking that risk. It's, you know, I'm very shocked by that. I think Jagermeister was assuming that maybe he will give him way because he doesn't want to make too much of a risk that he wrecks himself and cost him the competition. But in the end, no, Jagermeister will be taking that lower bracket final 2-0, and he will be up against Future Flash. But just a reminder for you guys at home, this grand final will be a best of 5. And Future Flash, because he's done so incredibly well in the upper bracket and never lost a series coming from the upper side, he will have a one-track advantage. So respectively, he'll be up 1-0 starting this grand final.
Yeah, coming into this one, Jagermeister really should be there. He should have been there in the first place, and now he's got, you know, to rewrite the error. There we go. Maybe that makes sense. Yeah, either way, it is going to be a belter. It is what is effectively, across the last 2 years, the iOS champion versus the Android champion in the Europe MENA region. Whew.
It's on the tip of the tongue, isn't it? It's on the tip of the tongue.
Europe and MENA. I mean, it's a mouthful, that's for sure.
It certainly is indeed. But we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, it will be the grand finals between Future Flash and Jagermaster. The top of iOS to the top of Android. Who's going to take it? It's going to be anyone's guess, as we'll see you in a few minutes to find out the outcome of who wins the grand finals. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt Legends Unite Season 6 Open Finals, and we are here For the grand finals here, best of 5 between Future Flash and Jagermaster, with Future Flash having a 1-track advantage. And my right-hand man, D-Man's going to be casting it all the way through with me, and this is going to be such an intense matchup. The player who's majority of the time been at top of iOS versus the player who's been the majority of the time top of the Android, clashing together here in Asphalt Legends Unite to see who's going to become the ultimate champion.
Yeah, so let's just like match this up. Let's just get this in frame of mind that we need here. For Future Flash, Season 2 champion, Season 3 champion, Season 4 Split 1 and 2 champion, Asphalt Series 2023 champion, Asphalt Lamborghini Countach champion, Lamborghini Revelo champion in Barcelona, Gamescom champion, up against Jagermeister. I'll get to the tracks in a second. Don't worry. We can see, you can see the tracks there. I want to just go through, like, up against Jagermeister 2021 Mobile Fall champion, Lamborghini second place 2022 champion, Mobile Season 1 second in Season 2. Moving on to 2023, 3, 4, 5 second places. 2024 gets himself another championship. These guys have been at the top of their game for years and years, and you can see, I mean, the tracks speak for themselves. It is going to be a tough track list. There is a track advantage, of course, coming into this, as you can see at the top of your screens, 1-0 for Future Flash. But these are the best of the best in Europe and the world, it has to be said, because, you know, first and third in what was a worldwide competition overall. You know, this is like as good as it gets. Let's put it that way. So in terms of it can't get any better.
And in terms of storylines, you've described that perfectly with the accolades and the repertoire of victories and achievements and podium finishes they've had so far. And honestly, it's going to be just a spectacle to witness, to cast, to watch at home. It's going to be incredible. But if you guys are home also waiting for the first track to get underway, make sure you follow our socials at ESL Mobile and on Instagram at ESL_mobile. And you can also get involved with winning a $100 gift card at ESL.gg/survey. But let's get underway. No mucking around here. Grand finals time in the Asphalt Legends Unite Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals for Season 6 with Future Flash with a 1-0 lead in this best of 5, and we're going to be kicking things off with Future Flash just a little bit behind as he goes over this next jump with the double nitro.
Yeah, we're into Cairo Nile River, by the way, in case you're unsure, and don't be confused that it says map 2. That's because the 1-track advantage for Future Flash means we are already in that second track. Jagermeister, though, holding himself a very early lead. It was a very, very tense race between the two earlier on. Jagermeister honestly should have taken it in that race. Future Flash trying a slightly different angle there. Both of them taking slightly different routes throughout this one, actually catching me off guard. Ordinarily, you'd see them both taking the very same route, but it has paid off for Future Flash here as he gains the lead.
Certainly does indeed, and Future Flash with that few tenths of a second. Perfect nitro coming up from Jagermeister, the 360 into the canister to make him that shockwave. And look at this though, still so close between the two, so competitive. And Shockwave came out a little bit earlier for Jagermeister as he's just braking to get around this next corner. And we're only going into this second lap, and it's already getting pretty hairy here, Lee.
Yeah, Future Flash is always so good at taking the apex of these corners. Absolutely perfect lines once again. And that's sort of what gave him that advantage there in that corner in speed. It's given that slight advantage to take this lead right now. Oh, Jagermeister, that was a little clumsy landing there, and that's give Future Flash another gap advantage as he continues on around this lap. And really, once you get to that 2-0 stage, you're thinking, well, I need one more track, and it gives him that real big banker to go for those risky plays. And that's what I kind of feel like he went for at the start of this. Took a very different route, took a very varied, risky route that I don't think Jagermeister was kind of expecting, if I'm to be fully honest here. Future Flash, though, absolutely light years ahead. Jagermeister will land, but that's going to be a hard landing, and Future Flash should have this one in the bag as Jagermeister goes off track, and that's job done. Future Flash flashing that championship prize, his emote there that he's absolutely deserved over the years.
Certainly has done. Fair play. Do you know what? I respect that risk. It's very, very tough to kind of have a smooth landing doing that jump, but Jagermaster will be falling short. Risk was required, but was not able to be fully and properly executed. I don't think he would have been able to overtake Future Flash anyway, considering the gap difference between the two. Future Flash only requires one more track in this grand finals in order to secure victory, adding another championship to his accolade. Honestly, his CV over the last 5 years on Asphalt has just been crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Solid performance overall. Jagermeister, I mean, he had the lead, but Future Flash just really such clean lines. Like, some of the driving he does is, I mean, I've said it in the past when you've watched him, you're like thinking we were trying to figure out just what made him so good. And it was consistency for a long time, and also his cornering. His cornering is like none other, I find, throughout. So a 2-0 lead now for Future Flash. It's best of 5. He just needs that one more track, man, and we're done. This could be done in 3. I really hope it's not. We build it up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's City by the Bay, so you know mistakes happen on that track, and I kind of worry now. I'm a little worried here.
It's understandable why you're a little bit worried, because the consistency seems to be more in favour of Future Flash, which is surprising to say, considering the skill ceiling we've hit now between the two is just ludicrous. Like how far they've actually managed to push themselves to make it, not just in this tournament, just overall their practice, their regimen, and how they've actually been able to make it to this level is just crazy. And as you can see, this is the track list. If you want to keep track once again, as we just had Cairo Nile River, as D-Man rightly said, we've got City by the Bay coming up next. Then going over to the US Midwest for Transcontinental. Do you know what? I was going to say, I was just about to say, I'm not going to mess this up like you did, but I eventually I did Transcontinental Race, and then to Pudong Rise, a little bit easier to pronounce going into this. So yeah, even for us British folk, we find it quite difficult to pronounce our own language sometimes as well. It happens to the best of us, it certainly does. But yeah, going into this looks like it could be a clean sweep. We've seen it before where Future Flash in grand finals may let a few tracks sway the wave in his opponent's favour. We saw it at Gamescom. Will it happen again? I'm not really too sure, but Jagermaster's still looking very, very strong considering the position he's in. But a reverse sweep is required. Will this be the last track, or will Jagermaster put his foot to the pedal and then overtake and get that at least one track back to give him some of that morale boost required?
Yeah, well, it could well be the last race. We'll see. Future Flash already starting off strong, but this is a very, very tricky track indeed. A lot of mistakes can be made here. Jagermeister taking all the risks as you would expect. You know, we're 2-0 down. His championship up for grabs here. $2,000 to first place, $1,200 to second place, so not a bad chunk of change for either driver. Jagermeister taking the riskier path as he goes up high and wide. They're both going to be hitting the low jump into the second, and it's all, look at that, Future Flash, no messing around. Look at the risk taking, hits just about everything perfect, and look how much ground that made him up. Incredible stuff there, proving why he is champion, and Jagermeister's going to have to be an absolute best here to beat him.
As if he managed to, at that pace, that speed, taking that front jump barrel roll was ridiculous. And still though, Jagermaster is holding his own as well, maintaining that lead, but no safe maneuvers required here. He needs to go completely unsafe and errorless if he can, as Future Flash now great 360 coming out with over to the next jump with that double nitro as well to try and stay on board onto the track, going over to the next one. Will he be able to make it? Yes, he does, just barely, and we'll have time to have the shockwave to use to go over the bridge once more, as he's actually slowed down quite a lot, and looks like this could be curtain call coming out. But Future Flash is just doing ridiculous stuff with his aerial movement and the shockwave to make up for his mistakes earlier on. But it looks like Jagermaster will close it out. But my goodness me, D-Man, that was close. 0.5 seconds, and it looks like we've got a race on our hands.
Yeah, it's not over yet. At least one goes the way of Jagermeister, taking the series to 2-1. And I mean, it amazes me, like Future Flash through that final section, is the cleanest I've seen. There's no doubt about it. Like, some of the stuff, and you can see the ground he was making up on Jagermaster. But that said, you've got to give credit to Jagermaster. That was only because he had to make that ground up in the first place. Jagermaster, in the first half of the track, was making that space, was doing better. So this is a champion versus a champion, a multiple champion versus a multiple champion on iOS and Android. And now we move over to the US Midwest Transcontinental Race. We are on to what is, has been the trickiest track for me.
It certainly has.
For me and Harry tonight. But overall, not so tricky for these drivers. They're going to be over to the W Motors Lycan as well, the Hypersport for this, what could be a decider, or it could be all tied up. But before we get to that race, keep your eyes peeled, ladies and gentlemen. On the screen right there, it's here. The final code is out. Get it quick. They're all gone. Probably. I don't know. Maybe they're still there. Maybe you've got a chance, but you got to enter it quickly. I think so.
Yeah, you can't muck around with those codes. Get them in is for the short and sweet. I'm not too sure how long they last for, but make sure you get them in while they're hot and to get that in-game swag for Asphalt Legends Unite. And that's the track list once again. I always feel like this. When it comes to D-Man, if he mispronounces a word, I know I'm guaranteed.
You're going to catch it. I got it right now.
Because your pronunciation is so good. So if he messes up or fumbles on anything, I know for me it's an absolute guarantee that I am going to fail on the pedestal next way. But let's see how things are going to go in track number 4. Currently, Future Flash up 2-1 in the series. Will Jagermaster take us to a track 5, a final track in the series? Let's find out. Jagermaster with an early lead here going to the US Midwest.
Let's see. The Transcontinental Race is on. We saw some real tight action here earlier on as well. Jagermaster, though, in the red car on the right of your screen, leading this race with, well, the multiple world champion and the Gamescom current Asphalt Legends Unite champion right up behind him, leading the series 2-1. But will it be tied here? It is bumper to bumper action. Who's going to make the mistake? Nobody going to catch the wall, no. Both hitting the jump. Oh, this is absolute beautiful racing. And Future Flash does make the smallest of mistakes and is given Jagermeister the advantage. Future Flash drops down low and wrecks. And that's the danger of going down low. And Jagermeister now has it in his hands to tie up the series.
Oh my goodness, I called this when Future Flash was up 2-0, where we've seen it before in the grand final where he does let a couple of tracks just slip through his fingers, and it looks like this could be the case in US Midwest. And my goodness, what a series, what a grand final we have on our hands. But even if Future Flash risks a couple of forward jump barrel rolls, it's not going to make a difference here. As long as Jagermaster plays it safe and secure, he should be fine, because that was a long crash we saw witnessing coming up from Future Flash. Not only the bash we saw previously, but the wreck straight afterwards is just going to tally up more and more. My goodness, this was not what anyone was expecting here.
Whoa, Jagermeister with a dodgy spin there. It would have cost him in a normal race there, but obviously didn't wreck him. Just ended up going backwards for a period of time and almost hitting him, sort of grounding him to a halt, if anything. But now, yeah, I mean, just get over that line, get it done, finish for Jagermeister.
Finish it, please.
Job done, 2-2, all square. We're going into a one-race decider, ladies and gentlemen, for €2,000, and more importantly, the Snapdragon Pro Series champion. iOS or Android, who's going to be taking all the marbles here? I do not know. And the worst thing is, it's Shanghai Pudong Rise. It's like the biggest, openest track you could ever hope for. So it's really going to be down to who can just take the lines the smoothest, I think.
Pretty much, but I kind of feel like for Future Flash, it heavily goes in his favor with the clean lines and refinements he always produces and executes around the track. But yeah, you can see a little bit of pressure there with Future Flash just trying to take those extra risks to try and take over Jagermeister. And very uncharacteristic from what we witnessed, and it will be Jagermeister now tying things up 2 apiece. D-Man, we were like, 10 minutes ago, we were talking about it was a 2-0 lead and it was probably going to be a clean sweep. Now, Jagermaster just manages to scrape track number 3. Pulls up one with pretty much ease considering the mistakes coming up with Future Flash. And we've seen no fumbles from him until track number 4 just then. And now we'll get into the final track here. This is literally the champion of champions, the top of iOS and top of Android, to determine who is going to be your Season 6 Open Finals champion here in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
On Shanghai Pudong roads. A track you would ordinarily have in round 1, the easiest track there is. But you know what? Sometimes the easiest can also be the hardest, because we're going to be looking at the very cleanest lines. They're going to have to drive this perfectly. You're going to see the very best racing I think Shanghai has to offer. I honestly don't know which way this is going to go. Like you say, Future Flash, like, you know, I was talking about his cornering prowess. He is magnificent and that sort of style of thing. But it is such a wide open track. These pros, these champions will not make mistakes. So it's all about who can be the best. I love the emote spam at the start.
My goodness me. It looks like Jagermaster will have early lead. Flashes come straight away afterwards, and he's going to have the additional nitro as well from the additional 360s he had mid-air. And look at this, it's all going to be tight-knit between the two. Perfect nitro, great nitro trick coming up from both these players, and still though, both literally in sync, doing everything to try and get that nitro management on course for that shockwave over that previous jump. Looking very good so far from both these players.
Yeah, but I mean, damn, they are both so good. Or risky from Jagermeister. I don't think he needed to go for that 360 there, if I'm honest. I think just maybe stick to what you're good at. Just goes a little bit higher than Jagermeister. Jagermeister just caught, Future Flash just caught traffic. Oh, Jagermeister gets knocked into the bus by Future Flash there. That's what I like to see. A little bit of dirtiness coming out from both of them.
Future Flash, that could be the make or break situation. That could be the nail in the coffin required in order to take victory here as he's continuing on the warpath here. And will Jagermeister clutch up and close the gap? And he has done a little bit.
Absolutely. Jagermeister slowly gaining the ground once again, but you know, slowly gaining ground doesn't win your races. You've just got to make some big leaps of faith, and it's kind of working for him. But Future Flash is not to be disturbed. This is going to be tight all the way until the end.
It certainly will indeed. Future Flash continuing with that perfect nitro into the 360. Now he's got the shockwave required to go on a straight and narrow portion of this track, but there's very little time left. Jagermeister trying to do what he can with the 360 into the shockwave over this next jump. He lands, he's directly behind him. It's going to be neck and neck between the two. And Jagermeister gets into the inside lane, and now he goes into this tunnel.
Sends him wide. He's going to be coming out on the right-hand side any second now as they both go high and low. And it should be Jagermeister with the lead. It is. Future Flash up behind him. Not too long to go here as they come up to the line. And Jagermeister will take victory in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And it was all about that side-by-side. Jagermeister was knocked into the bus earlier on. He said, no way, no thank you. Not again. Future Flash pummeled off the track, and Jagermeister takes victory for Android in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Incredible.
My goodness, that's probably one of the closest grand finals we've ever had, and a reverse sweep coming out from Jagermeister as well. Jagermeister now your Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt Legends Unite Season 6
Look at this here.
Open Finals champion. Oh, I can't believe he managed to bridge the gap.
Here we go.
Quickly.
Off you go, son. Down the left-hand side. Puts him down in the lower tunnels. Oh, and Jagermeister over the line. Oh, that is such a sweet victory. And for the first time in 2 years, Future Flash has been defeated. Jagermeister, coming from the Android side, takes the championship. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. You know, we said it earlier on, you know, he should have taken it in the upper bracket finals, really, in all honesty. Should have given him that one-track advantage, but now he's done it. Jagermeister, the champion of the Asphalt Legends Unite Snapdragon Pro Series. And I didn't think we'd see it. I gotta be honest. I thought at 2-0, I thought that's it. Here we go. Clean sweep, 3-0. But Jagermaster with the comeback king from, all the way down from 2-0. Pulls it back, all 3 races back to back to back. And if you look at the series, I would say probably San Francisco City by the Bay was probably the closest of the two that could have sort of maybe gone away from him. You saw the speed that we saw. Oh my God, Future Flash coming back when he was making those jumps, and it absolutely pristine, bouncing pirouette to pirouette to pirouette, perfectly done. And then obviously Transcontinental Railway. Well, that was kind of given away from him. The race was. By the crash, but at the end there, to come in, after being put into the bus, to have the mentality to go, my race is not over, I still have a chance, I can catch him on the same point, and I will do the same thing, and off you go, son, I'm going to victory lane.
I just did not expect Pudong Rise to be that close. When I saw him scrape against the coach, as you rightly mentioned, I thought that should solidify. That should be a done deal. But the fact that reverse sweep completed, the probability of that against the caliber of skill which Future Flash provides makes it extremely low, and Jagermaster reset his mindset and went into that and took it 3-2. Definitely one of the closest grand finals we've ever had. Went tooth and nail, or even up to the very final portion of that last lap going into the final track. Honestly, we couldn't have had a better way to finish the year at the Snapdragon Pro Series for Asphalt.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic stuff overall. Delighted. Thank you to Gameloft for basically getting Asphalt Legends Unite working with the crossplay, because we've been asking for this for years, and it delivers. It absolutely delivers at the top. And to see both champions for many a year come to blows like that, I look forward to whatever's going to come for the future between these drivers. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, I'm still trying to catch my breath on the moment. I'm not too sure if we're going to have an interview as of yet, but we'll keep you guys updated at home. I don't know how you guys feeling at home. Make sure you let us know how you felt about how this tournament went and what you thought of the grand finals, because honestly, that was just an incredible display of skill across the board. And, the drivers did absolutely everything they could. They really dug deep in the majority of these series. Like, I was extremely impressed on what display they managed to show here in this entire tournament. It was I'm pretty gobsmacked from what we witnessed in terms of performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Just outstanding driving, outstanding performance.
What more do you want?
We saw slight little shimmers in the armor of Future Flash, and Jagermeister delivers. Absolutely brilliant. Well deserved champion, I think, overall.
Yeah, he certainly did indeed. We're not actually going to have a interview with Jagermaster, sadly, but I'm sure he can let us know on his socials. Anyway, but speaking of socials, make sure you follow us at ESL Mobile and at ESL_mobile down below. And we do have our $100 giveaway as well. Make sure you go to esl.gg/survey and also join our Discord server for more information on all the esports titles across the board and the Snapdragon Pro Series, which is discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Now, before we go, do I even ask you how this felt for you, your final thoughts? Because it was absolutely ridiculous. It's definitely given me a lot of energy, because obviously I'm like 9-10 hours behind you. So I now need to start my day witnessing what just occurred in terms of that event. That was just crazy, but crazy good.
Yeah, no, brilliant performance. It's what we've wanted for so many years while we've been casting in it. We've always talked about iOS and Android. I know, actually PC to some extent, because we had PC for a while in the competitions. Like who would come out on top between this guy and this guy, and it was always sort of stuff that you'd ban between it. But now it's a reality. It's absolutely brilliant, and I think competition will actually improve from here on out because of it as well.
It certainly will do indeed, and the fact that the gap's been bridged even more to the skill is just been incredible, and these drivers have put on a great performance for you guys at home, and it's been just a great viewing experience for all of us. But that's it, I'm afraid, for the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt Legends Unite Open Finals Season 6. I'd like to say thanks to D-Man as well for being my right-hand man, my duo throughout the asphalt scene, and continue to do what he does best. But not only that, thank you to everyone in the production, the sponsors, and of course you guys, the viewers at home. Without you guys, we wouldn't have these events unfold and have these incredible matchups. But until then, we'll see you next year. Bye-bye for now.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music now